The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Present.
Senator Lewis, present. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Here.
Senator Viale, present. Mr. Chair, you have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. Do you have any correspondence?
No, Mr. Chair.
You may go ahead and read the agenda into the record.
Agenda, Wednesday, March
1 minute,
20.
please mark Senator Maurice James as present.
Yes, Mr. Chair. You have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you. You may proceed with the agenda.
Agenda, Wednesday, March 25th, 2026, 10 a.m., Fritz E. Lowitz, Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix. The committee will consider proposed legislation as well as receive a status update from the Department of Education regarding redistricting of the territory school. Block 1, redistricting of Virgin Islands schools and plans for summer maintenance. Invited testifiers, Honorable Dionne Wells-Hedrington, Ed.D., Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education. Mr. Craig Benjamin, Executive Director, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. Kyza A. Callwood, Ph.D., Chairperson, Virgin Islands Board of Education. Leontyne Jones, President, American Federations of Teachers, St. Thomas St. John, Local 1825. And Tamieka Phillipus, American Federations of Teachers, St. Croix, Local 1826. This concludes the reading of Block 1, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. And a special good morning to the students who are visiting us today from the St. Croix Educational Complex. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this is Virgin Islands History Month. We're winding down towards the last week. I know that a number of schools have various presentations and have been celebrating Very History Month from March 1st. And this is significant because it displays and shows nationalistic pride and gives schools an opportunity to be able to celebrate the richness of the Virgin Islands. It is also Happy Women's History Month. It's important that all my male colleagues and myself celebrate the month every single day. And I would also like to send a big shout out to the employees of the year from the St. Croix District for the Legislature, Mr. Pedro Estienne from St. Croix, and Ms. Amrika Williams-Leonard from St. Thomas. Congratulations to both of them. I think this is Smarter Balance Month, Commissioner and Superintendent, so we're really hoping that students take the Smarter Balance test very, very seriously. It's indicative as to what you have learned from the inception of the school year, and I hope that you get the requisite rest, eat a good breakfast, and really take the test as serious as possible. In the chambers today, we have the members of the civics class that is run by Ms. Gonzac, and we also have the Ms. Stanley. I had to get your information, I'll get it after, but Ms. Stanley is also here with us. But we have the students from the civic class and also the close-up club. And the close-up club is quite significant. I was an advisor for the close-up club at Complex for a number of years, and it's just a wonderful trip to DC in which you actually get to learn about the functionality of government. So it's very good that you're here, that you'll be able to see what we do in the Virgin Islands versus what is done on the mainland. So I'd like to bring those students up, colleagues and St. Thomas. I want to bring them up so everyone can see the face. Sergeant of Arms, can you please bring them up? You guys are acting so shy. Just up and come to the front. And the chaperones. Let us go.
You wasn't in a meeting yesterday?
I think we have, 20 or 21 students? 20 students. Want to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves, tell us what grade you're in, tell us what you hope to achieve in the future. Starting with the young lady to my right.
Good morning. My name is Anara Richards. I'm in grade 11, and
Yes.
I plan to pursue a field. I plan to pursue medicine and neurosurgery.
Good morning. My name is Omega Morton Robles, and I'm in the 11th grade. And I want to be a NICU nurse. That's a neonatal intensive care unit nurse.
Hi, good morning. My name is Nahalia Giddens. I am in 11th grade, and I want to become an attorney.
Good morning. My name is Dini Santomayor. I'm in 11th grade, and I want to be a marine biologist.
Good morning. My name is Gia Banani. I'm in grade 10, and I would like to either be an attorney or a chemist.
Good morning. I'm Rashad Milligan. I'm in the 11th grade, and I would like to become a nuclear engineer.
Good morning. I'm Kareem Abdur Rashid, and I plan to pursue a career in anesthesia.
Good morning. My name is Isaiah Saunders, and I plan to get a degree in finance and pursue business endeavors.
Good morning. My name is Alina Poya. I'm currently in the 10th grade, and I plan to pursue accounting in the future.
Good morning. My name is Onila Edwards. I'm in 10th grade, and I plan to pursue a future in radiology. Radiology.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zaire Simmons, and I would like to pursue to be an architectural engineer, as well as have a degree in business management administrations.
Good morning, all. My name is Destiny John Baptiste, and I'm in 12th grade, and I plan to pursue a career in engineering, specifically civil engineering.
Good morning. I am Soraya Evans. I am in 11th grade, and I plan to be an accountant.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kaden Carr, and I plan to be an HVAC technician.
Good morning, everyone. I'm in 12th grade, and I plan to be a damage control man in the Coast Guard. My name is Isaiah Benjamin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jaden Providence. I'm in the 11th grade, and I plan to pursue a career in music as well as business finance.
Good morning. My name is Josiah Victor. I'm in 12th grade, and I plan to either be a professional volleyball athlete or become a chiropractor.
Good morning. My name is Colin Roden. I'm in the 11th grade, and I want to be an investment banker.
Nice.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Crawford. I am in the 10th grade, and I plan to be either an architectural engineer or an interior design.
Good morning. My name is Lamar Alexander. I'm in 10th grade, and I plan to pursue a career in engineering.
Hi, good morning. My name is Miss Stanley. I teach VI history, Caribbean history at the educational complex. And I am also the close-up advisor as well.
Good morning. My name is Augustina Gonzag, celebrating 31 years in education. Presently I'm teaching U.S. history. I teach AP as well. And thank you for inviting me. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you so much to the students. Oh, don't let them go down yet. It is refreshing to hear your career choice. I know that there's a lot of promise in the Virgin Islands, and a lot of time when we're having education here, and we just hear about the problems. But a lot of time we don't hear about the success stories. And you guys being here is definitely evidence of the success stories that we have in the Virgin Islands. Your presentation of yourself was excellent. The shortest person have the most booming voice. I could see why he wants to go into that particular field. And Ms. Gonzac, congratulations to you. She's been with the education system a long time. Ms. Gonzac was hired in 1995 when I opened Complex as a secretary. She was one of the original teachers and one of the few original teachers that still exist at the St. Croix Educational Complex. Excellent, excellent educator. if you want to learn about classroom management, walk into her classroom. She commands the class well. But I'm going to take a 1-minute recess because we want to take some pictures with the students, the senators that are here. Any senator that's in the building, a part of this committee, if you're going to be in the meeting today, please come to the well so that we can take some pictures. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development will stand in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. I want to welcome Senator Noel Francis. Thank you for attending, Senator Francis. And Senator Gittins is also here, so please mark Senator Gittins as present. Before we go to the testifiers on the first item on the block, I will allow Senator Avery Francis. Senator Francis told me to use his name as much time as possible, so I'll recognize Senator Avery Lewis for a point of information.
Mr. Chair, good morning, colleagues, good morning, testifiers, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. It's really more of a point of personal privilege. Commissioner Wells-Hedrington this morning before I boarded, I'm glad that I was to the airport only because you have 110 students leaving St. Thomas to go to Universal Studios to participate in the World Strides Heritage Festivals. And this is under the leadership of Director L.J. Bratwitt and Akil Breedy. I'd like to thank you, all the superintendents, Dr. Brown, all of you involved, even Ms. Boyd at the Charlotte Amalie High School. I mean, I'd like to thank the parents, everybody who were involved, and it was just a pleasure to see the students. But I really want to point, they really were asked for the point of personal privilege because I really want to take this time to ask the community to really bless them with traveling mercies and much success as they go up there to compete. And I know they're going to do their best and bring back home the gold. Last time they went, I think we received some silver. Silver is good, yeah. But this time we're striving for the best. And that's how we ask for our children, is the best. And I thank you, Senator Valley, for that time. But again, I just ask for some traveling mercies and much praise and success for our students. Not just who's traveling, but in the classrooms as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Avery Lewis. I also want to recognize the presence of Senator Marvin Blyden. I always kind of assume that he's a member of this committee and neglected to recognize him. So thank you so much for coming, Senator Blyden. I think we have one piece of documentation that we need to read into the record. Madam Clerk, you're recognized.
Wednesday, March 25th, 2026, the Honorable Kurt A. Vialet, Chairman, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, St. Croix, VI 00820. Dear Chairman Vialet, please accept this letter as a formal notice that I will be absent from today's Committee on Education and Workforce Development meeting scheduled for Wednesday, March 25th, 2026 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowitz Legislative Conference Room. Due to an invitation to attend the Black Legislative Leaders Network, Historically Black Colleges and Universities, CACA's Legislative Summit, I am unable to attend. Accordingly, I respectfully request to be excused from today's hearing. Kindly forward all documents and information shared during today's meeting to my office. Thank you for your consideration. The Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Member, Committee on Education and Workforce Development.
Please mark Senator Joseph as excused. We're going to give the testifiers an opportunity to put their name and title on the record. I was at the Battle of the Agencies on Saturday. Congratulations to Sports Park and Recreation for a really, really wonderful event in which various entities in the government of the Virgin Islands was able to come together, collaborate, teamwork, communicate. I was hoping that I would be able to say congratulations to the Department of Education, who was in the last segment. What is the obstacle course they call it?
Obstacle course.
The obstacle course. And you have 4 legs. And education was in front with 3 legs. And with 1 leg and 50 yards to go, the person in front for education stumbled. 1 person passed him, the second person passed him, the third person passed him. Only 1 passed him?
We got silver. Silver.
I have the tape on. I got to look at it. But they did a wonderful job, wonderful teamwork from the Department of Education, and congratulations to all those who took part, teachers, paraprofessional, support staff. I don't know if the superintendent took part in anything. I think that, superintendent, did you take part in anything?
Yes, I was part of the dressing squad.
She won that segment.
So you were part of the dressing squad?
Yes, for the commissioner. Her shoes being tied correctly was an integral part of her success. Yes.
Okay.
And she won that.
And Commissioner, you won that part?
I won that, yes.
With 4 seconds.
With 4 seconds?
4 seconds.
Okay, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
We have 2 important topics today. One has to deal with the John H. Woodson and Eulalie Rivera and other schools, the initiatives of the Department of Education in reference to districting. I think it's important that parents have knowledge as to exactly what school students will be attending tomorrow. We've also asked the Commissioner to provide us with information on Bertha Bush Shelter and the schools in St. Thomas, if there's going to be any relocation of students attending those schools. We've also asked Mr. Craig Benjamin to be here to give us an update on summer maintenance. We know that one of the salient issues is going to be money, but we have had a conversation with the OMB director, and we have an amendment that will be passed at the next session for the Bureau of School Construction to receive the $2.15 million that was left that needs to be reallocated. So the OMB director have already said that he's going to make sure that those monies are available for the summer maintenance. So wherever you had that in your testimony, you could just scratch it out and just let us know how you'll be able to proceed. So I'll begin from my right and let you put your name and title on the record. Oh, let me go all the way to my right, from Mr. Parija.
Good morning, Jason Parija, Deputy Director, BSCM.
Morning,
Pull it to you.
Good morning, Cynthia Allen, Assistant Director of Construction, BSCM.
Good morning, Dr. Charmaine Myers, CFO, BSCM.
Morning, Paul Harrigan, Assistant Director of Maintenance, BSCM.
Good morning, Craig Benjamin, Executive Director, BSCM.
Good morning, Dr. Dionne Wells-Hedrington, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Good morning. Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner of Education.
Carla Bastian Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District.
Good morning, Dr. Simrity Brown-Gums, Acting Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District.
Good morning, all. Happy Virgin Islands History Month. Winona Hendricks, Member, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
St. Thomas.
Good morning, Dr. Kyza A. Callwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Good morning, Sandra Beth, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
And we have someone on Teams.
Yes, good morning. Jennifer Jones, on behalf of the Virgin Islands Board of Education, I'm the legal counsel.
Yeah, thank you so much. Commissioner, we're going to begin with you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Kurt A. Viallet, Vice Chair, Senator Avery L. Lewis, other committee members, Senator Morris C. James, Senator Duane M. DeGraff, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, and Senator Carla J. Joseph, other members of the 36th Legislature, listening and viewing audience. I am Dr. Dionne Wells-Hedrington, and I have the honor of serving as the Commissioner of Education for the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony on the proposed redistricting of the territory's schools. Joining me today are members of my team, Mr. Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner, Dr. Simrity Brown-Gums, Acting Insular Superintendent for the St. Thomas St. John District, Dr. Carla Bastian Knight, Insular Superintendent for the St. Croix District. In the chambers, I also have Ms. Nicole Jacobs, Director of Human Resources, and Ms. Rena Francis, Coordinator of Pupil Personnel Services. Additional VIDE personnel are on standby to provide detailed insight into specific areas if needed. Again, thank you for your unwavering support and the opportunity to testify today. Before I begin with reading the testimony into record, I would also like to acknowledge our students and our staff members who are in the chambers today to experience a Committee on Education and Workforce Development hearing. I also want to recognize our Employees of the Year, Ms. Renee Nesbitt for the St. Thomas St. John District, and Giselle Cruz-Peter for the St. Croix District. And I also want to invite our parents, our community out to our cheerleading competition on March 27, this Friday at Ivana Eudora Ken High School, where our high schools will be in competition as well as an exhibition of our elementary school cheerleading squads. That begins at 6 p.m. at Ivana Eudora Ken High School, and then on Saturday, March 28th at Western Resorts, beginning at 8:30 a.m., we have our parent retreat. So we're inviting parents, if you have not signed up as yet. This event was designed specifically for you, so we're asking you to do so. You can find the link on our website. Redistricting plans for the 2026-2027 school year. The Virgin Islands Department of Education supports the proposed redistricting plan as a necessary and data-driven response to long-standing enrollment imbalances, shifting population patterns, aging infrastructure, and increasing operational costs. The current system is no longer aligned with where our students live, how our schools are utilized, or what it costs to operate efficiently. If no action is taken, the territory will continue to face overcrowded classrooms in some areas, underutilized facilities in others, and escalating transportation costs that reduces instructional time and strain already limited resources. The Virgin Islands Department of Education recently announced plans regarding reorganization of schools on St. Croix, specifically involving John H. Woodson Junior High School. Initially, the department considered relocating John H. Woodson students to Eulalie R. Rivera K-8 school for the 2026-2027 school year. However, after further discussion and review, VI determined that a larger district-wide redistricting effort is necessary. The VI bears the responsibility of implementing redistricting with the goal of ensuring fair and equitable services to all students we serve, reduce transportation costs, as well as establish an efficient transportation plan, decreasing the amount of time students spend traveling to and from school. Redistricting focuses on what is best for our students and what is best for our school communities. Over 30 years ago, the St. Croix district underwent a major redistricting. Since that time, we have experienced the closure of 5 schools: Charles H. Emmanuel Elementary School, Evelyn Williams Elementary School, Elena Christian Junior High School, Alexander Henderson Elementary School, and the Arthur Richards Junior High School. A major decline in the student population, as well as population shifts across residential neighborhoods. As we are once again at another crossroad, where we are excited to bring Arthur Richards K-8 school back online, and regrettably arrived at a tough decision to close John H. Woodson Junior High School. What is redistricting? Redistricting is when the school district assesses its current population, available resources and needs, and redraws the school's residential boundaries to determine which residential areas feed into a particular school. Analysis of the data reveals overcrowded and underpopulated enrollment in classrooms and schools. For instance, Eulalie R. Rivera Pre-K to 8 school population is 22% higher than that of Juanita Gardine Pre-K to 8 school. The Alfredo Andrews Elementary School kindergarten population far exceeds that of Lumokul Elementary School. The St. Croix Educational Complex High School enrollment surpasses that of St. Croix Central High School by 18%. Below you will see the current enrollment data as of March 19th, 2026 in the table below. The enrollment data clearly illustrates a mismatch between student distribution and school capacity across the district. For example, certain campuses are operating with significantly higher student population, while others have available space that is not being fully utilized. These discrepancies place uneven pressure on staff, resources, and facilities, while also contributing to inefficient transportation patterns. The redistricting plan is designed to correct these imbalances by aligning student placement more closely with residential patterns and available capacity. Bus transportation for students to and from school is cumbersome and one of the most expensive costs for the Department of Education. The transportation challenges are a result of school closings and overpopulated classrooms in some schools. For instance, the closing of the Evelyn Williams Elementary School resulted in students being enrolled at the Alfredo Andrews Elementary School and the Claude O'Marco Elementary School. At the close of the Alexander Henderson Elementary School, students were enrolled at the Arthur Richards Pre-K to 8 Modular School. Subsequently, Arthur A. Richards Pre-K to 8 School was destroyed by Hurricane Irma, which ended up being the modular site that had that consolidation. For immediate relief, those students in grades pre-K to 6 were enrolled at Eulalie K8, pre-K to 8, and students in 7th and 8th grade were enrolled in John H. Woodson Junior High School. As a result, students who reside in the Estate Paradise, Estate Williams Delight, and Estate Carlton were bused to Claude O'Marco Elementary School, while students from Estates Wim, Concordia West, Campo Rico are transported to the Eulalie R. Rivera Pre-K to 8 school. Simply put, students are not attending the school closest to their residential address, and busloads of students are passing each other daily. Those buses...
Commissioner, slow down a little bit. Just a little slower. Yeah.
So these buses traversing our highways translate to miles. These buses traversing our highways translate to miles, which equals cost, and time, which impacts instruction. In 2024, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority celebrated the renovation and reopening of Walter I. M. Hodge Pavilion. The housing community includes 248 apartments. In 2000, the Louis E. Brown Villas completed phase 3 of their development. The villas contain 232 apartments. Conversely, around 2003, the Ralph D. Chabert housing community was completely vacated. Most of John F. Kennedy Terrace apartments have been vacated. The closing of major housing communities in the town of Christiansted and the opening of housing communities in the district of Frederiksted has resulted in a major population shift to the western end of the island. The Juanita Garden Pre-K to 8 school have realized a drastic drop in enrollment, while the Claude O'Marco Elementary School and the Eulalie R. Rivera School populations increase. The Vide is celebrating the reopening of Arthur Richards Pre-K to 8 school at the Estate Paradise location. The newly built schools will yield additional classrooms in the district of Frederiksted. The Arthur A. Richards Pre-K to 8 school have more than 24, because we toured there yesterday and we counted 29. So originally what the contractors had given us was just the classrooms in the 2 academic buildings, not including the classrooms in the gym, not including the classrooms in the pre-K structure. So it's a total of 29 state-of-the-art instructional classrooms that will house approximately 720 students. Many of the other rooms on the new campus are flex-built, which gives us the opportunity still again to repurpose additional spaces. The John H. Woodson Junior High School, which was built in 1982 and is the last standing and only junior high on the island, the school, which is the home of the Warriors, has served the community well and celebrates many accolades, including its Middle States Association of College and School Accreditation. However, in keeping with the goal of implementing the K-8 model, the John H. Woodson Junior High School will not be used as a junior high school for the 2026-2027 school year. Additionally, the school structure has weathered many storms and challenges, and at the time can no longer be used or sustained as a school. As such, students who are enrolled and were slated to attend John H. Woodson Junior High School for the next school year will attend one of the other pre-K to 8 schools. Redistricting affects all schools on the island. The redrawing of the school district boundaries reflects the shifts in population and demographics and reallocation of resources. Students shall attend school based on a residential boundary lines that feed into the various schools. The reshaping districts will now afford all students the opportunity to attend school in their residential cluster areas, doing away with the need for students being out of district. The revised school districts are as follows. Cladomaco Elementary School District boundaries span west of Kane Carlton. Arthur Richards Pre-K to 8 School District boundaries span Kane Carlton to Mount Pleasant West, south of Queen Mary Highway. Eulalie R. Rivera Pre-K to 8 district boundaries include King Carlton to Upper Love, north of Queen Mary Highway. John H. Woodson Junior High School will not be in operation. St. Croix Educational Complex boundaries include residential addresses west of Estate Castleburg. Students from outside of the residential district who are enrolled in the magnet program will continue to attend complex. Alfredo Andrews School boundaries are east of Estate Upper Love to Mary's Fancy, north of Queen Mary Highway. St. Croix Central High School boundaries are east of Estate Castleburg. Ricardo Richards Elementary School and Lumuckle Elementary School boundaries are from Estate Mary Fancy and Barron Spot to Diamond and Estate Blessing. However, students in the 6th grade who are promoted to the 7th grade, whose residential district is west of Clifton Hill, will attend Arthur Richards Junior High School. Students residing east of Clifton Hill will attend Juanita Gardine or Pearl Larson Pre-K to 8. Lumuckle Elementary School boundaries, Estate Castle Coakley and Estate Rattan to Estate Pearl to Constitution Hill and Estate Grange and Work and Rest. Students promoted to 7th grade will attend either Juanita Gardine or Pearl B. Larson. Juanita Gardine residential boundaries for students in Pre-K to 6 include, Pre-K to 8 include Estate Herman Hill to Estate Judith Fancy to the town of Christiansted. And Pearl B. Larson Pre-K to 8 school residential boundaries include Catherine Rest to the southern end of the islands, Gallows Bay to the eastern end of the island. In the next table, we show the new enrollment numbers based on raw data and based on the information that is within Power Schools at this time. that show where our students reside. So as you can see, bringing Arthur Richards online reduces the enrollment, or evens out, it reduces the enrollment of Eulalie Rivera and sort of balances our schools a little bit more. And so these are just the raw data. Again, probably Larson and Juanita Garding would be the feeder schools for Ricardo Richards and Lumocol, 6th graders going into 7th. And then, of course, there will be special consideration based on cases for those students who may need special accommodations or, you know, any other services. So the district superintendents will adjust accordingly to those requests. Transportation costs for redistricting. The proposed redistricting plan is expected to generate operational efficiencies, particularly in transportation and facility utilization. While precise savings will be determined following final route adjustments and enrollment confirmations, current transportation costs based on mileage and contractual rates indicate that even modest reductions in daily routes will result in meaningful cost savings over time. In addition, the consolidation of underutilized facilities and more strategic deployment of staff will further reduce inefficiencies and support long-term financial sustainability. Currently, the department operates approximately 750 miles a day for general education transportation and an additional 200 miles per day for special education routes at a contracted rate of $16.01 per mile. This results in substantial delay and annual transportation costs that are driven in large part by students attending schools outside of their residential zones. The redistricting plan is expected to reduce total route mileage by aligning students with schools closer to their homes, which will decrease transportation costs, reduce student travel time, and allow more instructional time within a school day. While exact savings will be finalized following the route optimization, the department anticipates measurable cost reductions and increased operational efficiency. The decision to discontinue operations at John Woodson is based both on the facility conditions and long-term sustainability. The campus is no secret to anyone. We've experienced environmental concerns that even caused a delay in the opening of school at the beginning of the year. The infrastructure challenges that require repeated intervention, including air quality testing, air quality remediation efforts if mold is detected, as well as extra costs to the maintenance division, which is now under the Bureau. So continued operation would necessitate significant and recurring financial investments without guaranteeing long-term stability or safety. In alignment with the territory's approved facilities master plan and in consideration of student health, safety, and fiscal responsibility, the transition away from this facility is both necessary and unavoidable. Timelines. During the months of this month and April, the Virgin Islands Department of Education will implement a comprehensive communication plan using both print and audio messaging to ensure that families across St. Croix schools are informed about upcoming school challenges in a timely manner, especially those most directly impacted. As part of this outreach effort, the department will also host an in-person meeting in April for families of the current 7th graders attending the John H. Woodson Junior High School. This meeting will help prepare families and students for their transition into the new 8th grade school community for the upcoming academic year. At the same time, district staff, school registrars, and system analysts are working closely with Power School Support Team to carry out the district's Prep to Build process in preparation for the 2026-2027 school year. This process includes developing classroom projections, organizing classroom schedules for the opening of the new Arthur Richards Pre-K to 8 school, and finalizing new school assignments for students currently at John H. Woodson Junior High School. The Virgin Islands Department of Education has a transition plan in collaboration with key stakeholders, outlining benchmark deadlines not only for communication, but for the transition of resources from John H. Woodson into those feeder schools. In addition to that, notices to employees of new campus assignment as well as leadership shifts will be required due to separation and projected retirements, as well as the closing of John Woodson. As staff shortages continue to affect classroom coverage, the plan supports the strategic right sizing of instructional staff and equitable placement of support across the district. The transition of new workspaces and learning environments, and the successful opening of the 26-27 school year. As the department embarks on a student-centered, data-driven, intentional shift in the district, we welcome the support, collaboration of our community and families we serve daily. The implementation timeline is structured, and it will meet the needs and put some or lift some of the burden off of our employees to ensure that this transition is as seamless as possible. Advise, we recognize that a stable and well-prepared workforce is necessary and essential to improving student outcomes. As such, recruitment and retention remain one of the top priorities. Our focus extends beyond simply filling vacancies. It is about strengthening and creating long-term work stability. As staff shortages continue to impact classroom coverage both locally and nationally, the St. Croix District and the Virgin Islands Department of Education continue to face daily retirements and resignations. Many of these separations occur in hard-to-fill content areas that have long presented staff challenges. We are still competing with states and districts that offer attractive incentive packages, lower cost of living environments, and in some cases, relocation assistance. Currently, the cost of living to include the limited availability of specialized services in the territory makes it increasingly difficult to attract new talent and retain our existing staff, as many of our educators face economic and personal pressures that have led to turnover. Over the past 2 weeks, we have lost and continue to receive resignation where teachers are leaving the field of education to fill vacancies in other agencies locally. So as we prepare for the upcoming year in August, the district anticipates ongoing difficulties in filling vacancies in critical areas such as English language arts, math, special education, foreign language, nursing, and guidance counseling. Over the next 2 weeks, the district will participate in a series of interviews aimed to recruiting applicants who have indicated their interest in becoming teachers in VIDE to help fill these essential positions and ensure that our students continue to receive a high-quality education. The implementation of the redistricting across the Virgin Islands Department of Education St. Croix District specifically presents a critical opportunity at the right time to strategically realign both human capital and instructional resources to better serve students across the island of St. Croix. As part of this transition, the reassignment of approximately 75 administrative and instructional staff from John Woodson Junior High School will play a pivotal role in stabilizing school operation, addressing existing staff gaps, and supporting the successful reopening of Arthur Richards Pre-K to 8. The closure of John H. Woodson Junior High School and district's shift to a K-8 model, the redistribution of its staff will be guided by student enrollment trends, identified vacancies, and instructional and operational needs of each school. This approach ensures that all schools are adequately staffed to meet both academic and social emotional needs while also maintaining compliance with class size expectations and program delivery requirements. And one of the things that I do want to bring to the attention of this body is that, currently as we speak today, we have a total of 9 funded vacancies in the St. Thomas St. John district and 12 funded vacancies in the St. Croix district. So we don't have much wiggle room to operate from outside of those. So we have 9 funded vacancies in the St. Thomas St. John district, 3 elementary teachers, 3 secondary teachers, 1 nurse, and 2 counselors. That's St. Thomas St. John district. In the St. Croix district, we have 4 elementary teacher positions, 2 secondary teacher positions, 2 counselors, 2 PE, 1 SPED, and 1 nurse. These are funded positions. These are not needs. These are funded positions, which is a total of 12 in the St. Croix district. Parent impact. The department recognizes that redistricting is a significant transition for students and families. We understand that changes of this nature can and will be difficult. At the same time, these adjustments are necessary to better align the resources, expand access, and strengthen learning environments across the district. To support families through this process, we are implementing, as indicated before, the transition plan, which includes direct communication, community meeting, and school-level support to assist students with adjustments. While every effort will be made to maintain continuity where possible, including for students with unique academic and social needs, some changes are unavoidable. Requests for special consideration will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. Parents should wait until they receive the child's official school placement letter for the 26-27 school year before purchasing uniforms to ensure accuracy. Notification of school placement changes will occur during April and May. It is critical that parents update their contact information in Power Schools student information system immediately. All official communication will be sent using the contact details on file. So if there are changes in your mailing address, please, parents, go into the school and update your information, or you could go into the portal, and I believe that you can do that on your own. Failure to maintain accurate information may result in missed and important notification. As additional pre-K to 8 schools come online, the district will continue to review and adjust boundary lines to ensure equity and efficiency across all schools. At this stage, parent involvement is essential. We expect parents to remain informed and engaged by monitoring official communications, visiting the department's website, and staying connected with their child's school. Parents must also log into their Power School accounts to verify the demographic information, documentation such as notarized lease agreements, mortgage statements, or current utility bills reflecting the parent's name and address will continue to be required to confirm home of record. The department is committed to clear, timely, and transparent communication, and we ask for your cooperation and partnership as we work to ensure a smooth and successful transition for our students. The redistricting initiative and the redistribution of John Woodson Junior High School will significantly enhance access to a wide range of academic and support programs across the district. By aligning personnel with student population shift and student and school needs, the Virgin Islands Department of Education is strengthening equitable access to key programs, including CTE, athletics, ELL, ESL, and SPED. For CTE, the transition to the K-8 model and the reopening of Arthur Richards create opportunities to introduce early exposure to career pathways. While comprehensive CTE programs will remain at the high school level, staffing reallocations will support foundational skill building and exploratory courses in the middle grades, ensuring students are better prepared for advanced pathways at the school at the secondary level. In athletics, the redistribution of staff and students across more balanced school population allows for the expansion of organized sport programs in pre-K to 8. Schools that previously lacked sufficient enrollment or staffing to sustain athletic offerings will now be better positioned to provide structured extracurricular activities, increasing student participation and promoting wellness. For the ESL, ELL services, redistricting ensures that qualified educators, instructors, are more strategically placed based on student need. Rather than concentrating services in a few schools, the redistribution of specialized staff allows for more consistent, equitable language support services across campuses, improving instructional access and outcomes for multilingual learners. SPED services will be strengthened through a more balanced allocation of certified teachers, paraprofessionals, and related service providers. By distributing SPED staff in alignment with current enrollment and individualized education program needs, the district can ensure compliance, reduce caseload imbalances, and provide more inclusive and responsive support within students' home schools. Overall, the redistricting effort improves access by ensuring that programs are not limited by geography or historical enrollment patterns. Instead, resources, including specialized staff and program opportunities, are intentionally distributed so that all students, regardless of where they live on St. Croix, have equitable access to high-quality academic programs and services. Bertha C. Bushelta Middle School. In addition to the redistricting considerations, facility conditions across the territory continue to play a critical role in the school planning and operational decisions. In keeping with the call to safeguard the health and safety and educational continuity of students across the territory, this update provides a comprehensive account of the work completed at BCB during the period in which the campus operated on an abbreviated schedule beginning November 16th and concluding with the return to full operation on March 2nd, 2026. Throughout this period, the responsible agencies and contractive partners undertook a series of corrective actions to stabilize environmental conditions and ensure that the school could resume regular instruction in a manner consistent with established public health and facility maintenance standards. A monthly deep cleaning schedule has been instituted to maintain a consistent level of sanitation across all instructional and common areas, specifically to address the ventilation deficiencies. A beta EVR unit was installed to increase the intake and circulation of fresh air within classrooms. This installation represents an interim but an essential step towards long-term ventilation improvements. So unknown to a lot of educators in our conversations in regards to BCB, Mr. Benjamin brought to our attention that the units that are in our schools are not properly taking the air out and bringing the fresh air in. And as such, we partnered with the American Federation of Teachers and were able to install these devices within our classrooms that would track the carbon dioxide levels. And if the carbon dioxide levels exceed or rise, you know, our staff is instructed to open the windows or open the doors to allow for some ventilation to come in the interim. Now, the good news for BCB is that we start the permanent renovations to that campus as soon as this school year is over. We actually have our groundbreaking ceremony on Thursday, tomorrow, at 10 a.m. The contractor that has the contract for that work, that modernization project at BCB, is J. Benton and Consigli. And so they have mobilized to begin operation, dealing with our roofing challenges first, and then the installation of the correct air conditioning units on that particular campus. So we continue to navigate our challenges at BCB. Unfortunately, because we want our contractors to be able to operate without any hindrances during the summer months, we will not be able to offer any programs at the Bertha Shelter Middle School for this upcoming summer. So summer bridge students will be transitioning from BCB to BCB from the elementary school grades will physically attend the Yvonne Milner-Bowski Elementary School. Credit recovery for all students in 6th to 8th grades will be hosted at Lockhart K8 campus. Credit recovery is an online-based course that will be hosted and accommodated for those students. Collectively, these actions, the actions of the Bureau, and I'm pretty sure that Mr. Benjamin will go into a little bit more detail on that, will continue to be sustained to get us through the school year so that we can begin that much needed repairs on that particular campus. The Virgin Islands Department of Education maintains the posture of collaboration, and the department remains in regular communication with the Bureau of Construction and Maintenance. And to be quite honest and open and transparent, we meet every Tuesday at 10 a.m. and we discuss any and all related concerns that the department will have, and the Bureau provides their updates. Pursuant to Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Section 101, Subsection 4, the Bureau is responsible for the preventative and emergency maintenance and repairs necessary for the daily operation of public educational facilities on grounds. However, any preventative and emergency repair work that impacts daily operations to the extent that a closure is required must be conducted in consultation with myself as a Commissioner of Education, and those conversations do occur. This ensures that all decisions to close school are deliberate, coordinated, and centered on student safety and continuity of learning. And so we know that the one school that we are closing for this upcoming school year is the John H. Woodson Junior High School. We also remain committed to working with all stakeholders to include keeping the Board of Education updated on where we are, and we also recognize, again, the significant impact such decisions have on our students, families, and staff, and we remain steadfast in prioritizing health, safety, and the best interest of our staff. On page 17, you'll see those schools that will have some type of activity during the summer month. We are, of course, getting ready to open the new Arthur Richards Pre-K to 8. We are closing BCB over the summer, and those are the list of activities that will be conducted by the contractor. At Charlotte Amalia High School, we are looking at grading the area that was demolished. We are mobilizing at that site as well. The groundbreaking for Charlotte Amalia High School is also in April. Those invitations will be forthcoming to this body if they have not arrived as yet. Central High School groundbreaking begins with the demolition of the gym and putting out the fencing necessary to begin construction. Educational Complex is also a school that will not have any summer programs this year. The students will transition to Central High School for all summer programs. The academic wing, the wing directly when you walk onto the campus where the principal's office is, that wing will be the first wing that is repaired during the summer. The contractor that has that job is MCN Build, which is the same contractor that's doing Arthur Richards Pre-K to 8. So they already know that after graduation, our bodies have to be out so that they could mobilize and begin, first of all, with the roof repairs. And in conversation with MC and Bill yesterday, I always question our newer constructed schools and, how is it that we have to replace an entire roof? And they explain, and I'm pretty sure Mr. Benjamin is aware, maintenance, right? And the fact that flashing and guttering was never replaced, so we exposed the roof to the elements, which has deteriorated the roofs at Complex. So all of the roofs at Complex have to be taken off and replaced. And then we have the modernization of Bowski. We're getting ready to mobilize. We had our CZM federal consistency meeting last night. Went pretty well, and so Bowski will be coming online pretty soon as well. In closing, the proposed redistricting plan represents a necessary and strategic step toward creating a more efficient, equitable, and sustainable public education system in the Virgin Islands. This effort is grounded in data, informed by changing population patterns, and guided by our responsibility to provide students with access to quality education within their communities. While change of this scale requires careful coordination, the department is confident that this plan positions our schools to better serve students, support educators, and operate more effectively in the years ahead. We look forward to working collaboratively with this committee to ensure its successful implementation, and we remain open and ready to respond to any questions or inquiries that this body may have. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. Next, we'll go to the Board of Education. Dr. Callwood.
Good morning, Chairman and Senator Court. There's a delay.
Just proceed.
Good morning, Chairman and Senator Kurt AVLA of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee on Education and Workforce Development. Other esteemed members of the committee, legislative staff, fellow stakeholders, and listening and viewing audiences. I am Dr. Kyza A. Callwood, Chairman of the Virgin Islands Board of Education, appearing on behalf of the Virgin Islands Board of Education, alongside Member Winona A. Hendricks, Executive Director Sandra Bess, Associate Executive Director Kimberly Giroux, and Attorney Jennifer Jones. On behalf of the Virgin Islands Board of Education, we appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony regarding the redistricting plan for the 2026-2027 school year. With a clear understanding of redistricting as a process of redefining school attendance boundaries and student assignment zone to address enrollment, capacity, and community needs, it's important to consider how such decisions intersect with the board's roles and responsibilities. The board wishes to make its position clear. The board was not involved in the creation or adaptation of the redistricting plan developed through the Department of Education. While the board does not have operational authority over such decision, it maintains a critical oversight and governance role. Under its statutory authority, the board is responsible for ensuring that policies, programs, and regulations governing public schools are aligned with the mission and vision of the territory's education system, and that students have equitable access to quality education. Specifically, Title 17, Chapter 3, Subsection 21 of the Virgin Islands Code empowers the board to recommend laws, adopt curricula, prescribe regulation, and provide guidance necessary for the proper establishment, maintenance, and operation of public schools. In exercising this oversight role, the board would have been able to focus on ensuring that the implementation of the redistricting plan aligns with existing board policies and regulatory frameworks, supports equitable access to qualified educators, safe facilities, and rigorous academic programs, maintains transparency and fairness in student assignment processes, and preserves access to academic programs, extracurricular activities, and specialized learning opportunities. The board also monitors the potential impacts on class sizes, staffing ratios, resources, and student outcomes. However, it cannot take action on recommended adjustments or policy clarifications without sufficient documentation, including supporting data, implementation plans, logistical maps, and related materials. Any policy updates needed to support the implementation of redistricting must be formally reviewed and approved by the board to ensure alignment with its governance responsibilities. Recommendation, concerns, and conditions. To ensure a successful, equitable, and transparent implementation of the proposed redistricting plan, the Virgin Islands Board of Education offers the following. Centralized Redistricting Support Call Center. The board strongly recommends the establishment of a centralized, high-touch redistricting support call center to serve as a primary point of contact for parents, guardians, and community members. This customer service-driven model is essential to ensuring that every family has access to clear, accurate, and timely information throughout the transition. By utilizing this approach, the department can help to reduce confusion, prevent misinformation, and build public trust through direct, responsive engagement. The call center should operate with extended hours, including evenings and weekends during peak transition periods. Be staffed with trained personnel equipped to address school assignments, transportation, enrollment procedures, and program availability. Provide multilingual support reflective of territories' diverse population, include a case tracking system to log inquiries, identify trends, and ensure timely follow-up and resolution for case-by-case considerations. The board emphasizes that all redistricting decisions must be supported by clear, publicly accessible data, including enrollment projections, facility capacity, and demographic impacts. Regular updates were provided to ensure transparency and maintain public confidence. To minimize the board encourages a phased implementation approach, including consideration of grandfathering students in critical academic years. The board underscores the importance of ongoing, meaningful engagement with stakeholders. This includes formal opportunities for written input with clear evidence that feedback has been thoughtfully considered and incorporated where appropriate. A comprehensive equity analysis
Dr. Callwood, you got to slow down for the stenographer.
I'm sorry. Thank you. A comprehensive equity analysis must be conducted to ensure that no group of students is disproportionately affected. Careful consideration should be given to guaranteeing equitable access to high-quality instruction, resources, and educational opportunities. While VINE may employ various approaches to guide the redistricting process, their existing software tools that can leverage data such as student enrollment, staffing levels, transportation patterns, attendance ratios, and other relevant factors to support fair, equitable, and transparent decision-making. Additionally, the VINE should clearly communicate that methodology used to arrive at its decisions. The board requires assurance that all schools are adequately prepared for enrollment shifts. This includes proper staffing, instructional materials, technology, and facility readiness to support student success. Clear safeguards must be established to maintain appropriate class sizes and protect the quality of instruction across all affected schools. A comprehensive and clearly communicated transportation plan must address bus routes, travel times, safety, and reliability to ensure that student access is not compromised. The board stresses that redistricting must not limit access to academic programs, extracurricular activities, or specialized services. Equitable access must be preserved across all districts. A structured monitoring system must be implemented to track outcomes and allow for timely adjustments. Regular reports should be provided to the board and the public to ensure accountability and responsiveness. Any necessary policy changes must be formally presented to and approved by the board prior to implementation. Full compliance with the board policies and regulation is required. The board's support for the proposed redistricting plan is contingent upon the department's ability to fully address these recommendations and concerns. Particular emphasis is placed on the implementation of redistricting support call center as a critical mechanism for ensuring transparency, responsiveness, and community confidence. It is recommended that a redistricting advisory committee be established, particularly in the light of the construction of new schools that will require future rezoning decisions. The committee should include representatives from the Commissioner's Office, the Superintendent's Office, Special Education, one from each active PTA, the Board of Education, the CTEC Board, the business community, and the Senate to ensure broad and inclusive stakeholder input. The committee will be responsible for reviewing and analyzing key data, evaluating redistricting option, and presenting informed recommendation to the superintendent. Additionally, to promote transparency and community engagement, the committee should hold at least one public meeting to provide all stakeholders with an opportunity to review and respond to proposed plans. Equity remains a central focus for the board in reviewing the implementation of the redistricting plan. It is essential that all students, regardless of geographic location, have a fair and consistent access to qualified educators, safe and well-equipped facilities, and rigorous academic programs. As the board was not involved in the development of the redistricting plan, it will rely on clearly documented projections related to class sizes, staffing ratios, and resource allocation to understand potential impacts. Such information is essential to ensure that any increases or resource constraints are identified and addressed in a manner that protects student achievement and instructional quality. Also, the redistricting process should ensure that all students continue to have equitable access to a full range of academic programs, extracurricular activities, and specialized learning opportunities, including career and technical education, advanced coursework, and support services. Additionally, effective collaboration between the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance and the Department of Education is essential throughout the redistricting process. Both entities must provide clear, accurate, and documented information, ensuring that what is shared is consistent, substantiated, and aligned across agencies. This coordinated approach will ensure that the board, stakeholders, and the public receive reliable and transparent information, strengthening trust and supporting well-informed decision-making. The board views redistricting not as an isolated operational adjustment, but a part of a broader long-term strategy for strengthening public education in the Virgin Islands. All changes must align with a forward-thinking vision that prioritizes student success, promotes system sustainability, and fosters continuous improvement across the territory. Note that whatever decision is made by the department, it should be announced prior to the end of the fourth marking period before the May graduation ceremonies. This timeline is important to ensure that parents and students are informed before the close of the school year. Early notification will allow students to clearly understand their school placements for the upcoming year. It would also provide school counselors with adequate time to address any emotional or transitional concerns with students and parents. Additionally, it will give families sufficient time to make necessary preparations, including uniform planning and other logistical arrangements. In conclusion, the Board of Education remains committed to collaborating with the Department of Education and all stakeholders to ensure that the redistricting plan is implemented in a manner that is equitable, transparent, and consistent with our shared commitment to educational excellence. We encourage careful attention to these considerations and look forward to ongoing dialogue and oversight as the implementation proceeds. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony, and we stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Callwood. Thank you, Dr. Callwood, for your testimony this morning. Mr. Benjamin, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Kirk Vele, Chairman of the Committee of Education and Workforce Development, Honorable Avery Lewis, Vice Chairman, Member of Committee, other members of the 36th Legislature, fellow testifiers, and members of the listening and viewing audience. My name is Craig Benjamin, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. I am pleased to provide testimony today regarding the proposed redistricting plan for the 2026-2027 school year, including its potential impact on the John H. Woodson Junior High School and the Eulalie Rivera Elementary School communities. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance maintains that redistricting can be successfully implemented if facility readiness, student capacity, and health and safety standards are thoroughly addressed in advance. While the proposed changes present opportunities to enhance educational delivery and optimize the use of both new and existing facilities, they also introduce operational and infrastructure challenges that must be carefully planned for and effectively managed. The new Arthur Richards School will incorporate advanced technology, providing BSCM maintenance staff with the opportunity to receive specialized training required to properly maintain the facility. For example, the BSCM team responsible for upkeep of the MEP and HVAC systems is currently preparing for introductory training on the specialized equipment installed as part of the commissioning process. However, there remains a need for the Bureau to expand its workforce to ensure it can effectively maintain the Arthur Richards facility once it's turned over, while also continuing to support the maintenance needs of existing schools. For example, the Arthur Richards campus includes a swimming pool, which will require a qualified pool technician to oversee water quality, chemical balancing, filtration systems, and routine maintenance. In addition to a pool technician, the Bureau will need personnel such as a maintenance mechanic or facilities technician trained in pump and filtration systems, a custodian for daily cleaning and sanitation of the pool area, and an on-site electrician or HVAC technician to support any related mechanical and environmental control systems. Depending on the usage and regulatory requirements, certified lifeguards, support, or safety personnel may also be necessary to ensure compliance with safety standards. Receiving only $3 million to maintain existing schools this fiscal year has been challenging, as it requires prioritizing critical needs and limiting the scope of maintenance activities. Currently, most of our available funds are directed towards emergency repairs. To effectively implement preventative maintenance at the new Arthur Richards facility once it becomes operational, while continuing to maintain existing schools and increasing annual funding will be necessary. As an initial step, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance Capital Fund could be increased to at least $5 million in accordance with Act 8717. Continuity limitations has required the consideration and implementation of alternative strategies, including the utilization of vacated or underused schools, campuses to accommodate displaced students. In addition, proposed redistricting measures have become necessary to more evenly distribute students' enrollment across available facilities. These actions are intended to ensure that all students are placed in appropriate learning environments while maximizing the use of existing infrastructures and maintaining compliance with capacity, safety, and educational standards. The Bureau remains available to support upcoming relocation and carry out any necessary site adjustments to ensure a smooth and efficient transition. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance primary role is to ensure that all school facilities meet established standards for health, safety, and operational adequacy. This responsibility encompasses the inspection, maintenance, and oversight of critical buildings systems, including mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and HVAC infrastructure, as well as structural integrity, fire and life safety systems, and environmental health conditions. It also includes ensuring compliance with applicable local and federal regulations such as occupancy limits, sanitation standards, and accessibility requirements under the Americans with Disabilities Act. In practical terms, BSCM utilizes the international building codes to evaluate factors such as classroom capacity and assess the overall conditions of facilities, determining their readiness to support student populations. We aim to provide preventative maintenance and reduce long-term costs and system failures. However, limited funding frequently shifts our focus towards reactive or emergency repairs, straining resources and impacting long-term facility upkeep. Although BSCM is not responsible for the approval of redistricting plans, the Bureau plays a critical advisory role by providing detailed facility assessments and technical data to inform decision-making. This includes identifying which campuses can safely accommodate increased enrollment, estimating the costs and timeliness associated with necessary upgrades, and highlighting potential risks related to overcrowding or infrastructure limitations. In addition, BSCM supports the implementation of redistricting initiatives by preparing facilities for occupancy. This involves coordinating repairs and renovations, ensuring that all building systems are fully operational, reconfiguring spaces to meet instructional needs, and developing maintenance plans to sustain facility performance over time. The Bureau also assists with logistical planning and interdepartmental coordination to help ensure that transitions are executed efficiently and with minimal disruption to students, faculty, and staff. John H. Woodson High School. A walkthrough conducted by the Bureau's maintenance team confirms that Woodson campus is fully operational with only minor routine maintenance needs. The school includes approximately 52 classrooms, and serves 442 7th and 8th grade students. All major systems, including HVAC, electrical, plumbing, and roofing, are functional, and recent roof repairs have been completed. Last week's walkthrough confirmed that previously damp, grassy areas and walls once affected by persistent leaks and covered with moss have significantly dried up. Indoor air quality has also notably improved because of deep cleaning the air conditioning units, along with repairs to the roofing system, wall extensions, and ceilings. Although some variable exterior wall cracks caused by prior water intrusion remain, they do not currently pose any structural concerns. The Bureau will continue to monitor these conditions and plans to address the repairs should any significant deterioration occur during occupancy. At the beginning of the current school year, more than $5 million was invested in comprehensive mold remediation and roof repairs at Woodson campus. As a result of these efforts, overall air quality has improved significantly. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance has implemented routine quality cleaning protocols and will continue to conduct enhanced cleaning on a regular basis, including monthly deep cleaning as needed to ensure that indoor environmental conditions remain safe and conducive to learning. The campus is well equipped, featuring a library, gymnasium, auditorium, cafeteria, full kitchen, special education classrooms, and other instructional and support spaces. 5 additional classrooms are available, although 2 have identified air quality concerns that will continue to be monitored and addressed. The Eulalie Rivera Elementary School. Recent facility assessments confirm that major infrastructure improvements have been completed, including a full electrical system upgrade, installation of a backup generator, enhanced perimeter fencing, and fully operational security camera system. HVAC improvements and general repairs have also enhanced classrooms conditions. Other noted improvements at the Eulalie Rivera Elementary School campus include the installation of AC units in the classrooms and offices, and several other plumbing and general repairs completed as needed. These repairs have improved classroom comfortability and ensure the classroom remains compliant with relative educational regulations. However, several critical issues remain, particularly related to roofing, interior, environmental conditions, and operational functionality. Recent inspections have identified both completed improvements and outstanding maintenance needs. Roof leaks at the Eulalie Rivera Elementary are scheduled for repairs during the upcoming summer period. The modular main office structure at Eulalie Rivera has deteriorated due to deferred maintenance and requires a replacement. 2 classrooms at Woodson have air quality issues that require further evaluation and remediation. Indoor environmental air quality remains a priority across all campuses. Mold has been identified in the Eulalie Rivera Library and requires immediate remediation. Ventilation and humidity control improvements have been implemented in several areas. However, continued monitoring is necessary. At Woodson, identified air quality concerns in selective classrooms must be addressed prior to reassignment or increased occupancy. BSCM is actively BSCM is actively coordinating remediation efforts to ensure safe and healthy learning environments for students and staff. Woodson campus is currently operating with a capacity and includes a range of specialized spaces such as the gymnasium, the auditorium, the cafeteria, and program-specific classrooms. However, available surplus space is limited, and any increase in enrollment will require careful scheduling and potential reconfiguration of existing spaces. Eulalie Rivera campus, the campus lacks several key facilities required for expanding or transitional use, including dedicated science laboratory space, a full auditorium for multipurpose assembly space, adequately sized cafeteria facilities. These limitations impact both instructional delivery and the ability to accommodate additional students effectively. This circumstance results in staggered lunch period for students. Before additional students can be accommodated at the Eulalie Rivera campus, the following improvements are required: more remediation in the library, completion of roof repairs, full restoration and equipment of the kitchen. replacement of the modular main office structure, installation of an intercom system, expansion of operational adjustments of cafeteria space, and a need for laboratories for chemistry, etc., and a gymnasium. System-wide receivings and impacts. Evaluation of classroom capacity and potential construction of additional classrooms were needed. Development of age-appropriate facilities, including restrooms and recreational areas for transitioning students' populations. While detailed cost estimates and funding allocations are still under development, these improvements will require a combination of local and federal funding sources, along with clearly and defined project timelines. At present, existing campuses can support their current student population. However, full readiness for redistricting depends on the timely completion of critical repairs and upgrades. Construction and renovation timelines present a significant risk. Design, procurement, and permitting processes may extend beyond the summer window, increasing the likelihood of delays. Without timely execution, some facilities may not be carefully prepared to accommodate additional students at the start of the school year. BSCM has made incremental progress in increasing maintenance staffing. However, there remains a shortage of specialized technical personnel. As a result, the Bureau continues to rely on contractors for certain system repairs. Plans are in place to expand workforce capacity, provide specialized training and certifications, recruit skilled technicians to support complex building systems. Sustained investments in maintenance resources will be essential to support increased facility demands under redistricting. All current and proposed improvements must align with the territory's new school facilities and modernization plan, which prioritize the strategic use of available funding while ensuring compliance with applicable federal and local requirements. Currently, many campuses, including Yulee Rivera Elementary School, are largely limited to repair-focused projects due to restrictions associated with the federal funding allocated for new school construction. As a result, the scope of work at existing campuses is constrained in the following ways. Major new construction or expansion projects at existing school sites are generally restricted under the current funding guidelines. Improvements are primarily limited to repairs, maintenance, and minor upgrades necessary to ensure health, safety, and operational functionality. Opportunities to significantly increase capacity or modernize aging infrastructure are limited without identifying alternative funding sources. The Yulee campus currently lacks a dedicated science laboratory, auditorium, or multipurpose area to support school initiatives for middle school student bodies. These limitations affect both academic programming and school community engagement, and an increase in student enrollment would further exacerbate these challenges. Additionally, the federal funds currently available are designed for specific replacement projects and cannot be easily redirected towards major capital improvements at existing facilities. The campus also lacks a gymnasium, which limits opportunities for athletic programs and extracurricular development. In the short term, the Department of Education will need to provide transportation to nearby facilities requiring additional funding. Constructing a new sprung facility like those at Woodson and Central is estimated to cost approximately $6 million. According to the International Building Code and related studies, the average classroom size for elementary and middle school is approximately 900 square feet. This typically allows 20 to 30 square feet per student. However, overall campus requirements such as curriculum, circulation, common areas, and support spaces often necessitate additional square footage per student to maintain safe and functional learning environments. Given these findings, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance requests the allocation of resources to address the most urgent needs, including the environmental remediation to address water intrusion and relative hazards, completion of kitchen restoration, and ongoing roof repairs. Additional support is requested for planning and funding, replacement of the main office, installation of a campus-wide intercom system, and the evaluation of upgrades to cafeteria facilities. For long-term planning, the BSCM recommends consideration of capital improvements to provide adequate instructional and assembly spaces, ensuring that the campus can safely and effectively support both current and future student population. Given these findings, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance requests the allocations of resources to address the most urgent needs and support long-term facility improvements. Environmental remediation, estimated cost is about $2 to $3 million. Roof repairs, approximately $1 to $2 million. Kitchen restoration, approximately $500,000 to $1 million. Main office replacement, approximately $1 to $2 million. Intercom systems, approximately $250,000 to $500,000. Cafeteria evaluations and upgrades, approximately $500,000 to $1 million. The gymnasium, estimated cost, approximately $6 million. And the instructional and assembly spaces, that's to be determined. In conclusion, BSCM is prepared to provide services in support of the goals for the proposed redistricting plan, but emphasize that successful implementation depends on addressing critical facility needs. Immediate priorities include the environmental, roof repairs, and kitchen restoration. Additional funds are needed to improve operational functionality, expand capacity, and ensure long-term sustainability. BSCM remains committed to supporting the Department of Education in ensuring that all facilities are safe, functional, and capable of delivering high-quality educational environments for all students. My team and I stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin. You don't have no little numbers, my son. You don't 500 or 1 million.
Be realistic.
Thank you, though. Anyhow, the Committee on Education and Workforce Development stands in recess for 2 minutes.
The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. A point of information, Senator Gittins, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all. Commissioner and Director and your team, thank you for the testimony this morning. But before we go into the questions, there was a little conflicting information there that I wanted you to put on record. And before I say what it is, I want to first thank the chairman also for facilitating some meetings at the John H. Woodson Junior High School, and also thank the district superintendent for being in attendance and the director. They were able to answer some questions posed by the employees there. But the conflict that I saw between the testimonies, so initially I thought that you were looking to make a decision about relocating John H. Woodson. Commissioner, your testimony on page 6, you made mention that John H. Woodson will not be in operation. So that sounds to me like the decision has firmly been made. However, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance clearly stated that a walkthrough conducted by the Bureau's maintenance team confirmed that the campus is fully operational, and went on to say that the campus is well equipped, featuring a library, gymnasium, auditorium, cafeteria, full kitchen, special education classrooms, and other instructional and support spaces. If that is the case, through the chair, can you tell us what the decision is and why is the decision what it is, and whether or not the affected faculty and staff were also notified?
So thank you, Senator. At some point, I will allow Superintendent Bastian Knight to respond as well, since she did have direct connection with the staff at that particular meeting that you referenced. Over the course of months, well, let's double back. At the beginning of the school year, we experienced some challenges with the environmental concerns at John Woodson, which are no mystery to anybody in here. Over the course of the years, we've been battling with the water table at John Woodson, which causes severe air quality issues. And in our weekly meetings, you know, it has been brought up on several occasions about the money that's being invested into John Woodson to keep the school open. And so originally, knowing that Arthur Richards Pre-K to 8 was coming online, the first conversation that we had was to just relocate John Woodson to the new Arthur Richards site. That did not pan out because of the programming details, where you would have elementary furniture and it would just not work. But it was driven by the fact that we keep pouring into a school that has demonstrated that it needs mitigation in order for those air quality issues to be addressed. So it's good for today, but it's no guarantee that it would be good for tomorrow. And that prompted us to look holistically at our landscape to determine what would be the best course of action moving forward. So, Superintendent Bastian Knight, can you add to that?
Good day, Superintendent Bastian Knight, St. Croix District. And also, based on the meeting that we had with you and Senator Gittins and the fellow other senators, we did meet with the staff. We heard their concerns, the concerns they presented. We came back as a team, and we looked at the options. We looked at the fact that we're hearing from the Bureau, the costs, $5 million continue to be the number reflected for the semester maintenance of the John H. Woodson Junior High School, keeping in mind that the territorial summer maintenance for the entire VIDE is $2.5 million, it leaves us to question if we could continue to maintain John H. Woodson at $5 million for the mold remediation that's needed to keep that campus opened. We looked at the Arthur Richards new school. We conducted an analysis of the district, and it was decided as a team that we will keep the Eulalie campus online. As a K through 8, we will fill the new Arthur Richards campus with the students from the districting areas and the John H. Woodson population, where approximately 200 of that population is already shuttled via bus from Frederiksted to John H. Woodson due to the closure of the Arthur Richards campus, and just reassign them to their closest districting school. So that's where we are, but the information that we used to make the decision was driven from the costs presented to us via IDE and the maintenance of John H. Woodson from August. As we remember, the school had a delayed opening. It did not open until December. And the maintenance from just August to December to get that school open was at the explained rate of $5 million for that time period. The issues at Woodson is not new. I worked at Woodson for 15 years, and we had those issues way back then, and that was under Governor John Dionne when we had the whole walkout and got the new units. Those units provided issues. We had to replace them. The water table coming up and water flooding your classrooms. We've been there from John Dionne's administration, and we're still here today. And every time it rains, the water table rises. It's dry today, but tomorrow, if we have torrential downpour, our water table is gonna rise again, and we're gonna have the flooding and the mold of the classroom. Well, we acknowledge that the work that was done was great work in December. Can we really sustain it? There's no federal funds to cover these costs anymore, and if the local government can't sustain it, we welcome that, but we do know that we currently don't have $5 million for summer maintenance, much less $5 million to complete that work every time it's required.
Thank you for the response, but the $5 million was spent, a lot of it was roof repair, correct?
It's a combination. You had roof repair, we replaced air conditioning, we replaced ductwork, entire ceilings were removed and cleaned, and then replaced ceilings as well.
But the point I was getting to is that you're not going to have to redo the same roof every single time. The initial cost was so expensive because it was in a real bad position. But the cost isn't going to be $5 million moving forward for a 5-month period because you did extensive work. Let me just finish a bit. The extensive work that you did really stopped the water from coming into the school. And a big part of the issue was that every time it rained, the water came down from the building into the classroom and mold built up. But you were able to effectively deal with that problem.
Yes, that's just from up above. However, we still have water coming up through the foundation.
Okay, so let me ask the next question. So what is the future of Woodson? We're going to close it and it's going to look like Elena Christian in 4 months, or like Charles H. Emmanuel? Because we're abandoning government buildings, schools, and then they're just becoming an eyesore. So is it going to be repurposed, or it's shut, it's done? So in 6 months, it'll be a dump site like what Elena Christian has become, or what Charles H. Emmanuel has become. What's the long-term plan for Woodson?
So Senator, based on the facilities master plan that was approved by Governor Bryan, it's going to become a discovery center, like a CTE hub for our middle school students. When that will come into play, I can't answer that today.
And Senator, I want to also add that I gave credit to the great work that was done in December. From December to where we sit here today, we continue to still receive complaints about health challenges from our parents, our students, and our staff. So while we got we were able to hear some successful outcomes and change of environmental factors and stuff. We still get those complaints every day. My deputy superintendent has gotten sick and all in that school recently within the last 3 months. Parents go to visit, they call our office as they exit because they have to go to the hospital because they're ill. So something still exists in the school. It may not affect this person, but it definitely affects another.
Point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask that in regards to Eulalie Rivera School, where is the proposed relocation? What is the mitigation? What is being done to prepare that school if in fact that would be the alternate location? Are we relying on waiting until this move is made to take any corrective actions? From the meetings that we have attended, is clearly have indicated that from some of the faculty and staff of John Woodson School is that they're jumping from the pot straight into the fire. So is anyone prepared to articulate what is being done to ready the Eulalie Rivera School if in fact that's where the relocation will occur?
So I could probably start, Senator Bastianite, Superintendent. I just want to make clear that we are not taking, the plan is no longer to take the John H. Woodson population and move it to the Eulalie R. Rivera campus. That Eulalie R. Rivera campus, as we see it today, will remain. The only thing that will happen to that campus is a reduction in numbers, classroom sizes, because some of those students, based on their residential areas, will go into the new Arthur Richards campus. The students that are currently 7th graders at the John H. Woodson Junior High School right now, they will be redistricted to the K-8 campuses throughout the district. So if you live in Mount Pleasant right now and you attend the John H. Woodson Junior High School as a 7th grader today, your new home will possibly be the Arthur Richards new K-8 campus. So if you look at the table, it shows when you sit and do the redistricting, it provides the smaller classroom sizes. Eulalie Rivera, that's approaching 600 students right now. When you pull out those neighboring communities and place them in the new Arthur Richards, the population of Eulalie R. Rivera reduces to some 300 and something students versus 585, I think, what it is today.
And a follow-up to that, has the crosswalk already been done then to make the determination what that number would look like, and you have already?
Yes, it's in the table presented in the testimony along with the boundaries and communities that will feed into each.
With the individual students, I'm saying, because obviously you know where the students are currently located. Have you done the crosswalk to make sure?
So currently our district analysts and registrars, as we speak right now, they're in what we call prep to build with Power School, where we're placing the students in their respective slots, and that would allow us to begin informing parents and looking at all the teaching resources that will be needed for the new school year. So this entire week, all system analysts, they're currently at Educational Complex doing what we call prep to build, and that's just rolling over the students into their new grades, their new homes, etc.
And Mr. Benjamin, have you done any assessment in terms of the mold situation at the Eulalie Rivera School and some of the complaints that have come in from the Eulalie Rivera School as it stands right now? Have you done any remediation on those situations?
Yes, we have. We have done the assessment. We are in the process of doing the remediation.
So come September or August at the beginning of the school year, the classrooms at Eulalie Rivera that are now plagued with mold is going to be dealt with?
Yes, they will. However, we're talking about the library. Mr. Parija, would you like to take that?
There's also some additional classrooms that, okay. Yes. Some of them, let me just get clear first. Some of the modular units are closed. The kindergarten, are they closed?
Which one is that?
Yes.
Let me go to the superintendent first. Are some of the modular units closed?
Yes, some of the modulars have not been used for the entire school year. We're currently waiting for them to be remediated. Jason Parija for the district probably have the most recent information.
So Parija.
Yes, Jason Parija, Deputy Director. We did a testing, the report was back, and there are the kindergarten section, the library, room TE 106 and room 602 has been diagnosed with mold.
And you're developing a plan to deal with that before the beginning of the school year?
That is correct.
Okay, and Superintendent, according to the numbers you provide us, Eulalie Rivera will be going from 589 to 459 students. So it's a drop of 130 students.
Correct, and that's not final. That's actually just raw data. And there's some movements, because if you even look at like the Juanita Gardy numbers with the Pearl Larson numbers, there's some balancing that still has to be done with some of the boundaries, and we will get that completed before we even notify the community.
Okay.
This was just for this session, making sure that you guys had the raw numbers based on where people live right now, today.
And I do need to say that's based on what is in Power School.
So the numbers here is based on the current enrollment.
Current enrollment and what is in Power School.
Okay.
So that's why we need parents, if they've moved, they need to update the system.
Okay. But it doesn't include any new students or any projected increase in population?
Correct.
Okay. And before I go to Senator Johnson, so with this additional population for Juanita Gardy, which is almost doubling the size of the school, the second wing is fixed. The second wing had an electrical problem. The entire second wing electrical system doesn't work. So has that been fixed?
That has been updated.
It has been fixed?
Yes, sir.
I'll check on that right now. Senator Johnson, you recognize a point of information?
Good morning. Thank you very much. I continue listening that we have this big plan for this new Arthur Richards School. You guys are guaranteeing that this school is going to be ready and all the furniture and supply are going to be, because your plan is this going to happen. All the furnitures for that school have been ordered already?
Yes, Senator.
I listen in because I know we say we're going in something and time comes, there's all kind of delays. And I don't want us to have this big plan, have families go and purchase new uniform, do all of this stuff, and then we wind up going right back to where we are.
So, Senator, if I may?
Sure, please.
We just visited Arthur Richards yesterday. We do regular routine visits. There's a punch list of items that the contractor has indicated that needs to be met every week, and we're tracking that. All of the fixtures, furnitures, equipment, everything has been ordered. Some of it has been received, and we're waiting for the interior work to be done before installation of those. So we're keeping track of that. But your point is our point too. We're paying attention because it's really contingent on that being open in August.
Thank you very much.
A quick follow-up, Senator Gittens. Then we're going to go to a 5-minute round, Senators.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Commissioner, it's your testimony that this master plan that you speak about allows for a CTE program at John H. Woodson Junior High School, but it's not good enough for a junior high school that's in a heavily populated area?
So there has to be mitigation work done on that school, Senator, before that is even constructed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
5 minutes, colleagues. Let's begin with Senator Avery Lewis. You recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Before I start my line of question, and I'd just like to say this, I see Human Services have about 5 state-of-the-art head starts coming online. Department of Education, you have Arthur Richards, and, you know, a host of new facilities we're doing all these works. I think one day, somehow, all of us, whether it's the legislature and the executive branch, really need to sit down to come up with a comprehensive plan of how we're going to take care of these new facilities and really put our minds to it and put our money up front where we could maintain these buildings and not patch and piecemeal these brand new buildings, so we could maintain them to last forever. I don't know when we will ever get this windfall of money again to rebuild the entire territory, So I just want to say, to include me, that's why I said the legislature, that we really need to sit down comprehensively and sort out all the buildings, add up the staff we're going to need. We may have to contract out certain things because we don't have the resources on island. And, train up our staff, get our technical college and thing going. But I just have to say that before I get into my line of questioning. Because with all these buildings, we're going to run into problems. Either we're going to be sitting and waiting for somebody to come from Miami or Puerto Rico, the mainland, to fix these buildings. Commissioner, in your testimony, you talked about the children. This summer you said that BCB campus would be completely closed. But then you were saying Summer Bridge would be held on
3 minutes.
The Yvonne E. Milner Bowski campus. I just want to say this here. I've been asking for the whole nearly 2 years now about Bowski campus, and I know they have some work to be done. So where is these children going to be housed? Because those teachers, they are complaining about mold and air condition and different things. And I know the office was condemned, Mr. Benjamin told us, and those was turned over to FEMA. So what is going to happen to that campus? Because I don't want to take them from complaining from an ailing campus to put to another ailing campus instead of we just bite the bullet and say, this summer we wouldn't have this program. I don't know. Maybe we ask the university for space or something. I don't know. But I don't want to be sitting in no setting and then we taking children from one ailing campus to another ailing campus. Dr. Brown?
Good morning, Dr. Simrity Brown-Gums, Acting Superintendent. I want to just first say that we can't not have the transitioning program from 5th to 6th grade. Those students need that program, and it may not be written in stone if we can't find a place at Bowski, but I did a walkthrough, and we do have a wing that our students will be accommodated, the 6th graders moving into the 7th grade. I mean, the 5th graders moving into the 6th grade.
All right, I'm just putting it on the record, Dr. Brown. I trust in the department, but I'm just saying at times we just have to be realistic of the decisions we make it. Commissioner, I know you talked earlier in your testimony that you're going to be hiring some people. Where are they coming from?
Well,
Teachers.
recruitment never stops, Senator. So
I mean, you have applicants?
Yeah,
No?
so we have some interviews that we are about to start conducting, but we do have regular resignations and retirements coming in at the same time. So as they come in, then we interview if they're applicants. But right now, we do have applicants that we are about to interview.
Because at Eudora-Ken, when we did the tour earlier last year, we made mention to you about needing a science teacher. Well, so it was a science.
30 seconds.
Anyhow, it was science and some other concentrated areas. So you think we may be able to fill those positions at this time?
It's hard for me to say, Senator, but I can definitely check with our HR director to see where those applicants may be filling, what positions or disciplines, and get back to you on that.
All right, in the last page of your testimony, you said you talked about school closures in both districts. Could you tell me what is it going to look like at Charlotte Amalie High School?
So Charlotte Amalie High School still remains a challenge when it comes to the contractor being able to get into that school to complete the demolition of the auditorium and those buildings on the, what is that, Mr. Lewis, the western side of the campus. And that is because we have not identified some swing space for the students as yet. And so we've had to make some adjustments to the timeline in terms of starting construction where we have already demolished buildings A, B, and C first, and possibly waiting for that demolition to take place. So those are conversations that are still happening because we have not been able to find swing space, to be honest. And we don't have the luxury of having demolition in that area take place with our students still being in regular session. So I will be able to provide this body with an updated timeline of when that would be within the next month or so. Those are conversations that we are presently having.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I may conclude with this last question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Benjamin, I know tomorrow we're having a groundbreaking for BCB. But in your testimony and even in the commission, we made a little mention that we're going to see a new roofing and a new HVAC system. We toured the campus recently and we saw one ERV? One place in one classroom. But that's not my real question. When the children return in August, and the teachers, what is the wow effect? What is, when we walk on the campus, what should we see brand new? Or repairs, give me the, what should we see?
Well, the goal is for the contractor to fulfill his agreement with changing out all the AC units, the roofing system, and also the windows.
No new tiling, no painting, pressure washing, cleaning the guttering.
All that is going to come. All that's going to come in within the schedule.
Like,
within the schedule, you can't rush some of those components before you do the other items. That's why you have a construction schedule.
The senator is trying to find out some more detailed information as to exactly what is going to take place at Bertha Bush Shelter. What's the cost of the contract?
I would have to get back to you on that, Senator. I want to say 80, it's in the 80 billion, million category, but I can get the exact figures for you. But Senator, to answer your question, they're beginning with buildings J and K first. So the WOW will be in J and K, and then transition to the other buildings. So you can't complete the entire campus over a summer. So J and K buildings first.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can you detail, what are we getting for that $80 million? What are we going to see at Bertha Bush Shelter? Because we're spending tremendous monies and all of the education facilities across the island. But what are we getting for $80 million is almost like a new school. What are we getting for $80 million? It can't just be roof.
No, they're supposed to be doing a whole host of things.
I'll give you an opportunity to get the scope of work as to what is supposed to be completed for that $80 million. And I'm going to ask the same question as to complex. What are we going to be getting at the Synchro Educational Complex? Because that contract is so much.
I have to get that to you, sir.
Okay, so get all the scope of the contract so that we could find out exactly
at a later date.
Is exactly what it is. I applaud everyone that has been working to make sure that we're able to improve our educational facilities, etc. But I just want to make sure that Virgin Islands getting a real bang for the buck. Are we spending real money? The entire Synchro Educational Complex was built for less than $80 million, both sites. And that was a result of a deal with Ovens, I think it was built for less than $40 million. Maybe the one senator could probably remember because it was Abamar that did that particular project. But we're now hearing bids in excess of $100 million, $200 million for Arthur Richards School. And no matter how you twist it and turn it, you got 29 classrooms for $240 million. You know, you could say easily $10 million a room. $10 million a room. I mean, you have other facilities, etc. But moving forward, we got to make sure that we are getting what we are paying for, because the cost is exorbitant for these facilities. $80 million, I hope they were doing the whole gym, the whole cafeteria, all of those areas. So I'm going to get the numbers and I'm going to let you put it on. Senator Clifford Joseph, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, point of information, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Mr. Benjamin, I'm listening to you saying the contractor, the contractor, the contractor. I want to make sure that the involvement of the Bureau of School Construction is enough to make sure that we know for sure by the time you're ready for any maintenance past this installation and whatever repairs they're making, that you guys are ready to absorb and ready to take on the challenge. Like, if you put in a certain air condition, make sure that you guys know, or somebody on your crew knows this particular brand. That's why looking forward, going forward. I don't want to know that we're doing the same thing when it's done. We got to stay looking for a contractor, then it don't make no sense for we to have a bureau. I want a bureau because I feel that I could see down the road that the bureau could grow to a point where it comes government maintenance. Because we at this junction, we're looking to build more facilities for the government. So we want to make sure that they're being maintained. So I'm just saying I want to make sure that don't get lost in between I reach and the work done. I want to make sure you know in stages, not just coming to the legislature, but in your own self. If we call you and ask you a question, you could tell, well, I send such and such over there, and this is what they report back. Because I want to make sure in the future, we ain't last in getting our repairs done. So we're here for maintenance, and we're going to be able to maintain them.
Yeah, so in regards to that, that is why there is a commissioning process in place. At the commissioning process, we pull in our selected individuals who have who we think has the capability or capacity to understand the new technology that's being given to us. Once they are identified, they go side by side and they get trained on the different MEPs, which is mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. And they get a good understanding of the new system they're about to inherit. Well, what we'll inherit, and then they get a good understanding of how to maintain these new systems.
Yeah, I don't want to just continue kicking the can down the road, because it's easy to get something new installed, and then when it goes down, it stays down. Mm-hmm. Then we got to listen to our next price away cost to put in our next one.
Right.
Then you have a maintenance plan. I just want to make sure that our plans are set forward for us to synchronize and just move it on.
Right. And in that process, once we take control of these facilities, our guys will get continuous education on these systems. It's not a one-time thing because the systems are very complex, and every day the technology is being enhanced. So our guys have to be up to speed, up to par, and they will be going to further education, getting education on those particular.
Okay, well, thanks for the response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Let me go to Senator DeGraff, because we could have a million point of information. Senator DeGraff, your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening present. Director Benjamin, in regards to when you mentioned about getting $3 million, 27 school year going forward, what type of funding do you think you would need in addition to that $3 million?
We would need additional at least $5 million for ongoing maintenance.
Okay, so you can put together documentation that would show how $8 million will be utilized going forward in regards to school repairs.
Most definitely.
Correct? Okay, good. You can have that ready through the chair, please. You know, Commissioner, good morning, good afternoon. For me, I was listening to all the testimonies, and I'm not really hearing, in terms of redistricting, I'm not hearing the students actually. Meaning, when we start this shift of moving students and stuff, you mentioned about teachers leaving, teachers retiring. When we make that shift, will we have sufficient teachers in each of the classrooms, teachers who are dealing with special needs students right now, borderline students right now? When that shift occurs, will all those borderline or special needs students be linking back with the same teacher so they themselves don't fall off? Is all of that taken into the redistricting, and do we have those things in place?
So, yes, Senator, when we talk about our subgroups, such as special education or our ELL population, that's definitely being taken into consideration. It is very hard for us to say today that we have all the teachers that
3
we
minutes.
need because we already have vacancies. And like I mentioned before, people are separating from the department on a regular basis. As separations occur, our recruitment efforts continue and they're ongoing. So right now, the superintendents have a list of applicants to interview. Once those applicants pass the interview process, then they will be placed based on needs. One of the things that the districts are also doing is that they are right-sizing. Right-sizing continues to be a priority where we have identified, for example, some of our smaller schools that would have 2 of a grade level and one would have 15 and one would have 12. Well, that technically can be 1 classroom. And so really maximizing the human capital in areas where we may need to do so and repurposing our human capital. But to give you a definitive answer on that today, Senator, I absolutely cannot, as it's an ongoing process.
Yeah, I think we need to start, for me, I think we need to start with the students first because transportation, I hear, you speak about cost, trying to right size and everything. But when we make this drastic change, we're going to affect the students. Because I would like to see if you have borderline students who probably come to school just because of that teacher, then when you do that redistricting, then they have to now face another teacher, and it causes that loss to me. Are there any collective bargaining issues or contractual issues where it comes to redistricting that, or did you meet with the unions in terms of any collective bargaining agreements that may be violated or may become a problem going forward with this redistricting that we're looking at?
So we have standing meetings with our union presidents on a monthly basis, Senator. They are aware of our plans. When it comes to our union contracts, they stipulate when our employees need to be notified. However, the department reserves the right to transfer individuals based on need. So a teacher is not going to be at a particular school for a lifetime unless that is where the need is. And so as we are right-sizing, we are looking at where our needs are to ensure that we are maximizing on the human personnel capital to ensure that we have as much bodies in front of our students versus those who may have to participate in virtual or distance learning opportunities. So it's a case-by-case basis, but student-centered decisions are going to be made, Senator.
Time.
And my final question, Mr. Chair, because I heard, my final question would be, does the redistricting needs to be done in the 26-27 school year at the end of this administration, end of this cycle for this Senate? Does it need to be done now?
Yes, Senator, we're opening a new site and we definitely must do some restructuring at this point.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Marvin Blyner, you recognize? Let me. Senator Johnson, you recognize?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. As we speak right now, Commissioner, can you guys tell me approximately how much teachers can retire from both districts at the end of the semester? Do you have those numbers?
No, but I can get them for you.
Okay. And I see that the Board of Education gave some strong recommendation, and I too have some concern about the redistricting and the information getting across to family and students. Have you took any of these considerations from the board to implement in this redistricting?
Yes, Senator. Definitely, I paid attention to us looking at how we could possibly do, like the board mentioned, like the call-in. And not just call center, not just sending out correspondence, but as he was speaking, I was processing, well, what would that look like and how can we just start a ring of calls to those parents. As mentioned before, we're going to have some meetings with our parents, face-to-face meetings, so that we can talk to them about what that looks like. So definitely having those. Having maybe, establishing the committee internally with representation from the board, and having the union presidents maybe available as well as vice personnel as we finalize the nitty-gritty of what that transition looks like. I know for us, we didn't want to overwhelm the Bureau with the moving of equipment or resources. And so we're going to outsource that as part of the transition as well, making sure that our teachers at the end of the year pack up their resources and label and not have to worry about doing any type of movement except for the personal items. So yes, I did listen. And yes, I don't know if Bastion Knight has something to add to that, but those are two things that I wrote down that are definitely doable.
Do you have a date in mind to pull that trigger to say, well, yes, we're going forward? And we need to pay attention to the problems around the world. And we talk about a lot of your equipments are on order. They're here. Well, tell us, please tell us. Help us.
So some, I don't know if the entire order is here, but the stuff has already started to come in. So I'm not as concerned about that as you may be, Senator, because it will be here.
Well, I hope you're right with this, because with what's going on in the world today, everybody's aware that shipping and all of these things going to have some kind of problem, some kind of delay. So, and then I was asking the question, what's your trigger date that you have in mind for definitely pulling the trigger and say, yes, we're going into this situation here of redistricting? Do you have a date in mind?
So as the superintendent is finalizing through the building of the schedules and the school programs, we're looking at April, Senator, to have the sit-down meetings with our parents, to begin notifying our staff of possible changes in their schools for the upcoming year. So April, May, our trigger dates. If you want specifics, I don't know if the superintendent has that as yet. I don't have that specific date in front of me at this time.
Good day, Senator, Bastion Knight, Superintendent. As mentioned before, we are currently in our prep to bill, where the system analysts and the registrars are grouping the students in their respective placements for the upcoming school year. Once we have that power school built, we'll be able to not only blast, but begin our communication specifically with those parents that will be affected. At that time, we could start moving and doing some of the transfers of our staff and not waiting till the last date of May 14th or May 15th. We can actually just start doing those shifts based on the needs that we know will have to be addressed. We currently, as we sit here with you today and we're dismantling John H. Woodson, we do know we have 75 staff with maybe 3 retirees somewhere in there that has to move somewhere throughout the district. So we're looking at that right now and placing them where those gaps currently exist.
30 seconds.
I really have some concern with this entire redistricting in a timely manner, making sure that families are notified in a timely manner and they're prepared, because if the information is not out in a timely manner, and we're talking about having town hall meetings, these things are essential to be done in a timely manner, because people can go and buy the uniform. It's very difficult for parents, hardship on them, to go and buy a uniform and then go and buy a different uniform.
Time.
So we have asked, and we stated in a testimony, that parents refrain from buying any uniform until they have received the letter informing them. And respectfully, Senator, we presented the information to the board, I want to say maybe Friday. Today is our second stop, and we begin our radio rounds, I think starting Monday, to share the information. Unless you guys wanted to hear it after we informed the public, we waited to give it to you first, and then we're going to start distributing it based on the communication
that
plan.
Making sure that information get out in advance and on a timely basis so that this doesn't happen. We know how people, sometimes we rely on technology, and ain't everybody out there in technology. So we got to make sure that letters are sent home with those students, not just waiting to go on the radio. Because you could go on the radio tomorrow and 90% of the students' family don't even hear you.
Duly noted, Senator. And as indicated in the testimony, it definitely will include sending letters home, having the meetings I just mentioned, taking into consideration the board's suggestion of calling as well. So we are going to exercise and maximize all opportunities to get in touch with our parents.
And I'd like to wrap up, Mr. Chair. My time was called. Can I wrap up with this last?
Proceed.
We spoke about 80 million for, it's BCB, right? 80 million and rising. What's the age of that school? Because I'm trying to understand putting $80 million in how old of a school?
It was built after Maryland, so that's why, like 30 plus. Right?
Oh, no.
No, it wasn't built after Maryland.
It's 30 plus.
It's 30 plus. I could get the specifics for you, Senator.
I think around 82, 83.
That's a lot of money to invest in a school at 30 years old school, and if it wasn't properly maintained, that 80 million, I mean, and we're saying 80 million plus in a 30-year-old school.
Yeah, and duly noted, Senator, and one of the points that was brought up today that I think we really, and I'm going to stress it like extremely with all the passion in my heart, maintenance needs to be solidified for these schools. When you go to the Arthur Richards campus, and Mr. Benjamin and I have spoken about it because he himself has decided to come a Crucian soon to really get a grasp on the school, because the kind of technology that is required to operate the water filtration systems and the electrical grid, it looked like a mini power plant in that school. So it's really concerning for me, and Senator Lewis, thank you for suggesting it, but it really needed to happen so that everybody understands like what we are really dealing with moving forward, because if we don't maintain them, whoever's coming behind of us will have a headache on their hands and will have the same challenges that we are experiencing today because of lack of maintenance. So it's really a concern.
I really appreciate what you're saying, and we have regressed so much as a territory. When I went to school, Claudio Marco had carpenters, plumbers, electrician, and just about every school had that in place. Today, we don't have none of that. But we expect the school them to stand up. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Continue contracting out, as my colleague would say, it's a costly endeavor. And if we don't make sure we have the skill set and put people in each of those schools, or at least assign to 2 schools, we're going for naught. We're really going to be investing a lot of money, and we're going to run back in the same problem that we're in here today. Thank you very much for the answer, Mr.
So
Chair.
if I may, Senator, 125 teachers territory-wide can retire today, and 37 administrators.
May I follow up on that? Have you guys shared the concern about at least the opportunities for them that when they retire, that they can come back for 2 years? Have you been sharing this information? Because it's important that teachers, yes, they can. Senator passed a piece of legislation.
Give a chance to.
So I need Director Jacobs to come in, because we've been having some serious issues with that particular legislation and individuals being able to come back and help us. So I wanted to put it on the record, Senator, if you don't mind.
Please let us know, because if there's some adjustment we need to make, let's find out so that we can amend that bill to make sure that if they retire, that opportunity is there, not just a piece of legislation that's not working. Because some of them will gladly jump on it and say, okay, well, I could retire, I could come back and still collect my pension and my salary. So please help me.
Good afternoon, Nicole Jacobs, Director of Human Resources. I think it goes a little bit beyond the law. Yesteryear, you had individuals that retire but really didn't leave. And so yes, the 2-year portion that allows them to come back is there. We have a handful that takes advantage of that opportunity. But the reality is people don't want to come back. They're tired. They're burnt out. The infrastructure, the parents, the teachers. And so these are some of the things that we hear all the time. They just want to retire, relax, enjoy their grandkids. They've had enough, actually.
But to add to your point, I think that 2-year mark needs to be revisited, just me. There are individuals that have done the 2 years and are volunteering at this point. I have one in St. Thomas that's volunteering because she can't keep being paid because the 2-year span has already passed. So just food for thought.
That's something that It's something that we could work on. This is no March. And that's why we had the meeting now early to begin the discussion about the redistricting, because we wanted parents, teachers, administrators, everyone to have ample notice before the end of the school year as to the plans of the Department of Education. So that was one of the main reasons. In reference to the school buildings and the age of the buildings, we can't get away from that. And it's not, we can't phantom the idea that because a school is 40, 50 years old, we have this pot of money that we're going to be able to rebuild. And every time a school becomes 40, 50 years old, we're going to rebuild it. We have universities that are over 100 years old. And that's part of the prestige of the university. I just been in government house function recently. Government house was built in 1830. So when we gonna close it down because it's historic, it's old? No, it's maintained. It's maintained. This notion of 40, 50-year-old school, I've been in a school in San Francisco that was 110 years old and properly maintained. The issue is maintenance. And that's why I have issues with the John H. Woodson, because it need to maintain, so that we abandon that. When Eulalie Rivera reached to the point, they closed that. Let's close this. I've been to Baltimore shelter, but shelter ain't no better than Woodson. We walk through. The teachers have the little carbon dioxide monitor. We've been in classroom where it was 600. We've been in classroom where it was 1,600 here, 1,400 here. They're opening the door, the AC blowing. Opening the door messes with the AC. So I'm like, this is a catch-22. Because the directive has been to open the doors when it hits a certain level. So now the teachers are opening the door. It's messing with the AC. You go down to the cafeteria is a mess. The storage room leaking, there's tarpaulin over the shelf. You go in the gym, it's an eyesore. And I'm like, wow, we closing what's in? And this school needs serious work. And the teachers are telling you, we have this, we have more, we got this. But you know what? We have some troopers in education, because a lot of those teachers, despite whatever, they're just teaching. Because we went into a number of schools, the vice chair and myself, and those teachers are teaching. And they didn't know we were coming. And every classroom we walk into, they were teaching. But when we walk in, they said, hey, look at that little monitor on the wall. It's over 1,400, that's carbon dioxide. The more students that come in, the higher the number increase.
So, Senator, I'm still waiting for the numbers, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but I just want to...
We could give you some. We document about 8 classrooms, but we could give you the number.
No. You remember the question you asked?
Oh, yes, yeah. Okay.
So, at Building 1, and I'm waiting for the total amount in the contracts, but for Building 1 at Complex that will be renovated this summer, it includes concrete repairs, structural steel upgrades, roofing, door frames and hardware, plaster and sheetrock, AC, plumbing, fire suppression, electrical, ATT, whatever that is, and furniture.
And furniture?
And furniture.
And what do they consider Building 1 at Complex?
The one where the instruction takes place. Over
the entire science?
That side.
The entire wing.
Academic side first. They will start some stuff on the CTEC side, but it would not be finished by the summer.
Okay, the question we asked about the CTEC side, does the scope for the CTEC side also include
all of this?
Furniture?
All of this, yes. Yes.
So we'll have a massive rehab for the votes?
Right.
Okay, and that contract is how much?
I don't have it yet.
Okay.
But Ms. Callwood is working on getting me that.
Okay. The challenge, and I'll do the point and then we'll go on to Senator Francis. The challenge that we have is how we're going to be able to recreate a maintenance plan that's going to successfully maintain all of these schools. Various models have been used. Before Department of Maintenance, they had a staff that was central, but every single school had a maintenance engineer that worked at the school every single day. They also had a laborer, and they had 1 or 2 other individuals. And they were responsible for maintaining that school. You can't have a school that has no one working there and expect the maintenance to be intact. So we're going to have to look at exactly what model works. I mean, at the Department of Maintenance, then the skilled individuals are there, the AC, the specific skill, the AC, the plumber, the carpenter. But you had somebody at the school that had all of that general knowledge that would fix minor leaks and do what they're supposed to do on a regular basis. So we have to look at what we're going to do, because when you walk through the new school and you go to the cafeteria, you're walking into a room that looks like a computer room for the equipment. All type of device, all type of monitoring, this and that. And I'm like, I hope they're going to train the kitchen manager to really monitor the devices that are being installed in these schools. Senator, somebody said they wanted a point. Senator Blyden, you're going to be next after this point. Point of information, Senator Avery Lewis.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Dr. Wells-Hedrington, either you or Mr. Benjamin, with all this summer repairs that's going on, where we stand with generators and even some of the new structures, renewable energy, but where we stand with generators?
We'll let Mr. Harrigan handle the generators.
Please.
Good morning, Assistant Director of Maintenance, Paul Harrigan. At Eulalie Rivera, we have a 250 kilowatt generator recently installed. Colby Larson, a 550 kilowatt. Guy Benjamin, a 200 kilowatt. Julius Sproul, 550 kilowatt. And BCB at 1250 kilowatt. They all are commissioned and working currently.
The generator at BCB working?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and thank you. If I go to Senator Blyden, you said that the wing at Juanita Garden it's not completed. It's presently being worked on.
Yes, the electrical upgrade.
Correct. It's our electrical upgrade being.
It's presently being worked
Yes.
on. And what is the target date for completion?
I will have to get back to you on that.
Mr. Parito, you know?
No, Senator, I don't.
This includes the AC for the auditorium?
The AC for the auditorium.
That's a new unit. It has never been used. We only installed it 4 or 5 years ago. It's never been used.
No, I'm not sure about that one.
The AC upgrade was supposed to include the upgrade for the auditorium to get it.
So there is a new AC like you stated, but again, for the electrical upgrade, it hasn't been completed as yet, so that the AC could work.
Okay, what I want to know is the electrical upgrade for the auditorium.
Yes, Senator.
Yes.
The reason why we have never been able to use that new air conditioning unit is because it needed an electrical upgrade.
Okay, and a part of this present contract is that electrical upgrade for the auditorium. That's what I'm asking.
I hope so.
Yes.
Yes.
Who's the contractor?
Hagland.
Hagland, okay. Senator Blyden, you recognize. And then we'll no point in between, we'll go straight to Senator Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, my colleagues, viewing, listening audiences, staff, central staff. And thank you for your testimonies. Let me ask this question to the Commissioner in respect to the Department of Education, because in her testimony she mentioned that there are adverse air quality findings in several classrooms at BCB, but she did not inform us in terms of what those findings were. So if she can present copies of the air quality assessment reports regarding BCB, I would really appreciate that through the chair. I would like to see that report. Also, in respect to BCB, I know I believe I heard her say that they plan to do two sections at a time. Did we try and see if we can find a space to really relocate those students and actually deal with the issue at one time? I know Kmart is empty right now. Did anyone see if that unit could be, if that property can be procured to move all of the students out, put them in there somehow, and see if we can move forward expeditiously when it comes to BCB? It's just a question I'm putting out there.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Senator Blyden. Actually, property and procurement is in conversation with the owners of Kmart, but it was not for swing space for BCB, it was swing space for Charlotte Amalia High School. That has not moved forward. I have not been notified as to if they are willing. I know they had several concerns about having students in that complex with the amount of bomb threats that we've had and just the liability around children. And so that is not finalized. I actually have to follow up with property and procurement to see what that is. But that swing space that we were looking at was for Charlotte Amalia High School, not BCB.
Okay, very well. At least you're having conversation. I'm very happy to hear that. In respect to air quality concerns, though, which I'm very concerned about, like how we have smoke detectors in every home, etc. Do we have air quality monitors in every classroom in the schools to assure that, you know, our faculty, staff, and students alike are not getting affected without really knowing what's around you? Do we have those?
Could you repeat the question one more time?
Carbon dioxide monitors, etc. Because I know I gave out a bunch recently to many seniors, etc. At different homes. They have this. They are readily available. Do we have those for the classrooms, in the classrooms, to assure that they are not being affected in any way, shape, or form?
We don't have carbon dioxide monitors. We have an environmental quality, air quality monitor, which detects all contaminants in the classroom.
So you do have them in all the classrooms. That's my question.
It will detect in all the classrooms at BCB. Yes, it will detect carbon dioxide if it has carbon dioxide, but there's absolutely no reason for carbon dioxide to be present in any of those classrooms.
I know that's another point. I was just asking if they are present at in the different classrooms. Space, and he said yes, so we could. Let me move forward in respect to my line of questioning. And I know you also mentioned, in terms of the closing of schools in the St. Thomas district, and have they created similar issues regarding bus routes and school campus populations in the district? Have it created any similar issues like St. Croix?
Which school closures are you speaking about, Senator? We don't have any school closures in the St. Thomas, St. John district at this time. What we have in the testimony is just for the summer months, for the contractors to go in and start doing their construction.
Okay, very well, good to hear. And also, let me ask you in respect to the summer months and the repairs. I must say that that is a critical area in terms of assuring that when the kids return to school, everything is on point. And I know over the past several years, we have not been on top of that. But in terms of your plan, I heard a piece of the testimony in terms of that they will be ready by August. Mr. Benjamin stated that they'll be ready by August for the return of the students. What's the plan in terms of actually accomplishing that goal with your limited staff and the limited pool of contractors? What does that look like, Director Benjamin?
Could you repeat it one more time? I'm not clear on your question.
What's the plan? What's the plan in respect to actually getting the schools ready with the limited staff you have and a limited pool of contractors? What's the plan?
The plan to have the schools ready and the limited staff? We are executing school maintenance during the summers with the staff that we have based on whatever funding we have available. Also, we have placed bids there on the street. As it pertains to St. Croix, our bids, we have received all our bids. I think they have about one outstanding. And on St. Thomas, the bids are on the street, and we're waiting for those to be returned to us. So we are.
Lastly, Mr. Chair, if I may. Excuse me, I'm sorry. And lastly, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
When it comes to, I'm concerned because I have not heard anything in terms of St. John's. So I would like to know what the status is in terms of what's going on the island of St. John with a new school that's going to be rebuilt. That's going to be built on the island of St. John. Can I hear something about that, please? And thank you so much for the time, Mr. Chair.
St. John.
So in terms of the summer maintenance, Senator, or the new schoolwork, what new schoolwork? So that Sprout School is in the bundle. That includes Myra Keaton, Smith Healthcare Center, and Morris F. De Castro Clinic. And right now we are about 90%, I would say, of the design. Correct, Mr. Benjamin? 90% of the design. Once the design is completed, the contractor, which is J. Benton, and Consigli, will be able to get in and start working on that school. I do know that we were waiting on environmental approval from FEMA. I am not sure if that has been received as yet. We do have several approval layers that have to be in place before they can start excavating and preparing that site for construction. So we can definitely get some more concrete dates and stuff for you once we connect with the Super PMO at ODR for that information.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Going back to Charlotte O'Malley, the swing space is necessary for what? For the demolition of the auditorium and those areas?
Yes.
Why don't you demolish the auditorium in the summer months? The contractor demolished those buildings pretty quick. And they were more substantive than the auditorium, and in months, he had them done. Why don't we?
So I know that they're making some shifts, like I told you that I need to get that updated timeline of the work that will be at Charlotte. They may just have to do what you're saying. I know that the contractor really wanted the campus to be completely free to really go in and do it like that, but it's not working working out that way. So there is definitely a pivot. I can get that information to you, Senator.
Okay, I think we need to try to make that happen this summer. So we need a high-level meeting and have the auditorium demolished during the summer months, because I think Great Hall had the contract for the other buildings, and they brought those buildings down pretty quick. So this is a way smaller area. The buildings were more difficult. They were up on the hill. I think they could do that. And when you look at Charlotte O'Malley, the lack of not having a school, they don't have a gym. They don't have an auditorium that they could use. They use a cafeteria as their auditorium. I mean, it's so difficult to run a high school without amenities.
Well, they do have the auditorium now, but when we demolish, they won't have it, and they would have to use the Sprout.
Okay, so if we could get a meeting to deal with that, because while we have the modular unit and the field, we have literally taken away Charlotte O'Malley athletic program. Okay? They can't practice any sport, and they don't have a gym to practice any sport, but they're still competing. So at some point, there must be a solution. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you for bringing those students through this morning. It warms my heart seeing civics in action and having those young people here. Commissioner, all the VI-centric civics books are in our schools?
I believe so, Senator. Dr. Bastian Knight, can you confirm?
Bastian Knight, St. Croix District Superintendent. Yes, they are in our schools and being used.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. So we've been having a lot of conversation about the John Woodson School and the redistricting. I want to ask you, Commissioner, please take the time out to meet with the faculty and staff of John Woodson School. I think it'll be very important for you to hear from them. Whatever decision is made at the end of the day is something we all have to live with. But I'd love for you, we have been able to engage them at least on 2 different occasions. I know that the superintendent as well as Mr. Benjamin have also been there, and I'll ask that you meet with them so that you could have that dialogue with them and hear from them directly in terms of their concerns. You okay with that?
Yes, Senator.
Very well. You know, I saw my brother Carl Knight went through St. John last night.
Oh, yeah.
And how brutal I felt for him. But, you know, again, those are what we sign up for. And definitely you have to be able to face the people. And I think that when we are able to watch them in the face and really, you know, respond to their questions and concerns, it eases the pain somewhat. So let's get that done. I know that there was some consideration in regards to the renaming or the consolidating of the name of the Arthur Richards School and Evelyn Williams. Have a final decision been made on that?
Not as yet, Senator. I know that they were in contact with the family, but I don't have an update at this time. The goal is definitely to incorporate both names on that site. So I could get back to you on that as well.
Very well. I know that we're moving in real time and fast time on that project, so we need to make a decision on that. What about uniforms? Have decided what uniform will be used by that school?
Bastion Knight Superintendent, yes. The Arthur Richards will keep its unique identity. We only placed it on pause pending the new structure. So they will continue, and I don't want parents rush and go buy it yet, but they will continue with the blue and white. And of course, I think it'll have a yellow and blue to differentiate the 7-8 from the kinder through 6 population. So the blue and white waves remain the same.
Okay. Excellent. Mr. Benjamin, well, Commissioner, is there any challenge that you're having with this redistricting? Anything that's keeping you up at night in regards to this redistricting?
So for me, Senator, is to ensure that we have accurate information. I am not sold on the fact that everything that's in Power School is accurate. And so I really need our parents, if you know your address has changed, we need to know so that those decisions are in the best interest of the children. After that is determined, then it's just a matter of ensuring a smooth transition. I do not want employees to be bogged down with moving anything. I really want that to be as seamless as we can. And so it really requires coordination on everybody's part. But for me right now is the addresses and making sure we have our children in the right places.
Oh, you're doing your due diligence to ensure that that occurs. I saw what happened during the stimulus paying out that, again, there was a real issue in respect to that when it comes to accurate address.
1 minute.
How are we addressing that particular issue?
I'll let Dr. Bastion Knight respond to that, Senator.
So, Bastion Knight, Superintendent, so we will be pushing out our campaigns to make sure that the parents and the families come in to update. We do have, sitting at the table with us is our director, Rena Francis, for Student Services. She and her team, that's what they do every day with registering students, moving them throughout the district. She's on board. Our district registrar, Andrea Bratwitt, she's at the table with us too. So we are gonna push out that information, leaning on our sister agencies like Human Services, where we have those mutual relationships with some of those families and households to make sure that information that they may have for maybe Director Jacobs can be synced and matched with the information we have in the VIDE system, especially those who receive benefits and other services from the GVI. We're able to link and perhaps fill some of the gaps that we currently have existing.
All right, well, thank you. Mr. Benjamin, the landscaping contracts, are those fully executed and implemented right now?
Time.
Yes, they are.
Okay, Mr. Chair, may I just wrap up? Yeah.
You may.
So all the schools in both districts and all districts are taken care of, the contracts are in place, and we're getting the timely landscaping done?
They are on their schedule to cut each school as the time allows them to do. And yes, they have been moving on in the right way.
Okay, and my final question is in regards to the track and field facility. I heard that there was a contract that's sitting somewhere within your purview in regards to the track and field for Kent High School. Or where are we with that?
We have Mr. Benet that's handling the track and field. He's the project manager. He's in the St. Thomas location. He's online. He can speak on that.
He signs contract, or you sign the contract? Who signs the contract?
Well, the contract, I would like him to elaborate on it so that he could get a good understanding of where we are with it. It's going through the legal parameters right now.
Mr. Benair?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm trying to get my my camera on. It seemed I have an issue with it. I don't know what it is. But anyway, the track and field project, the construction administration area, the construction documents, as well as project management, all of that is in a contract sitting on our director's desk at this moment in time for signature. That's where we're at right now. There's another issue that the executive director has to discuss with the governor regarding this matter.
So we asked for Mr. Benair to get some clarity. I'm not sure that we have gotten that clarity. Can you help me to understand what's happening with this contract?
Okay. With the contract, I have to send the information to you at a later time to your office, because right now there's some legal issues with it that I have to have cleared up before I put my signature on it.
I'd like to have that information today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. Is there a possibility of the contract not going through because UDERCAN is supposed to receive extensive renovation and you don't want to duplicate spending the money?
Yes, I also have submitted something for the legislature to get a good understanding of where we are with it and what needs to be done. So you should have that.
So is Government House position that they don't want to utilize those monies because federal monies have already been earmarked for UDERCAN? That's the position of Government House?
I'll have to let Government House update you on that.
Okay. That's what's the amount? 2.5 million?
2.5 million,
So
yes.
we need to decide what we're doing with the money. That's substantial monies, and monies that we know that the Bureau could definitely utilize. But I'm trying to remember where I heard the conversation or saw the conversation in which it was literally said that that's included in the scope. Is that included in the scope for UDERCAN, refurbishing the track and everything else?
Yes, Senator. UDERCAN is a new bill.
It's a new bill and that's going to be included?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. So the position now is why spend $2.5 million when it's going to be included in federal funds under the new bill. So.
And UDERCAN is in the $1 billion bundle.
And it's already in the bundle for work to begin.
Right.
So we just need to say that and let's use the money. That's $2.5 million that we could earmark.
So Government House is currently assessing the situation, and you'll be.
The Senate is the appropriating body, you know. That's what I keep on saying. I mean, we need to know. Once we know the information, then we meet and we make a decision as to exactly what we're going to do.
So, if I may, Senator, I believe some of the concern was the amount of time it's going to take for the new school to be built. You're talking 5 years out. I don't know what that money was allocated for, but that was part of the conversation.
So is a track currently functional?
The track is functional right now, yes.
No, the answer is no. The track is not functional right now.
Okay, so what's the issue with the track, Mr. Bernier?
The track has, because of the UV light on the track, over the years, the track has become very, very hot and you cannot run on that track.
Okay. Okay, we'll get back to that. We need some more information. Mr. Benjamin, you said the bids are out in the street. Which bids are you referring to?
St. Thomas, bids are out in the street. St. Croix, all of St. Croix except one have been received. The bids have been received.
Which bids have been received? I'm trying to get specific as to which bids have been received.
Summer
Yes,
projects.
yeah.
Roofing, ACs, mold remediation, deep cleaning, painting, you name it.
Okay.
So could you give him St. Thomas? So Harrigan will provide you with the St. Thomas listing.
St. Thomas is modular floor renovations, modular remediation and renovation. Alamola, we have a roof repair to be done, and then the normal deep cleaning.
Okay, and when you price all of these different areas, you're within the 2.15 million that you know you're going to get?
Well, we're hoping we'll stay within it. Normally, the bids come back in a little higher than what we estimate.
The new bids that you just entered into for grass cutting, what's the amount of that contract?
I'll leave Dr. Myers answer that question.
The grass cutting, what's the total? There were new bids for both district or just in Croix?
So just in Croix, St. Thomas was a renewal, the yearly renewal.
So what is the total bid for St. Thomas and what's the bid for St. Croix?
Okay, give me 2 seconds.
Give you a second? Okay.
Yes.
I know that Ms. Rena Francis is here and you spoke about updating addresses, but I think it's a little bit more than that. So can you put on the record officially, what do you need to do to update your address? Do you need a bill? Do you need guardianship? Exactly what do you need?
A lease, mortgage information, or a bill with your address.
Utility bill with your address.
Utility bill.
With the parent or guardian, the registered
Right.
parent?
The registered parent or guardian information either has to be on a lease agreement, mortgage agreement, or utility bill that specifies the address change.
Okay.
Bastion Heights Superintendent, and if you're not an owner of a home where you have a mortgage statement, you will produce your lease agreement and inform that I, Carla Bastion Knight, reside or have a lease for this area that I do live in. It must be a certified document and just not a letter informing that Mr. Sum resides at this address.
Okay.
And Senator, I just want to add that that process has not changed. That is our current registration process.
Who do you submit that information to?
Student Services, and we do have the online registration portal that is currently in use when it comes to registering our students in the territory.
Okay. How many students we have that are out of district on both islands? We have the number?
Yes, we have in the St. Croix district, we have 213 students that are currently not sitting in their districting area.
And St. Thomas?
We'll have to get that to you, Senator.
Mr. Benjamin?
Yes, point of information. The BCB generator was tested last week, and we're currently waiting for WAPA to do a tie-in of a riser, and then we'll be good to go.
Okay. Senator James, you recognize. Recognize Senator James, Mike, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone in and outside of this room. I first want to start by asking for documents that I believe were referred to, and so this is through the chair. I would like to get the facilities master plan, the comprehensive transition plan, the transportation mapping data, and the redistricting boundary maps. With respect to well, first let me say this. What caught my attention was when you said that the lease has to be certified. What do you mean by certified? Because normally a lease agreement is not certified. It's entered into between the parties, and it's just signed. It's not even notarized. So what does the department want in terms of certified lease? And if I'm providing a deed, but I mean, I would provide a copy of my deed. So I'm just for clarification for the public.
Yes, Senator Bastion Knight, Superintendent. So we do receive lease agreements that are executed with notarized stamps on it. So we do have some landlords that are flexible with just signing off and not having it notarized, but we have those who take those additional legal steps to make sure that their leases are bound and just
right. But
effective.
At least doesn't have to be notarized to be legal. That's what I'm saying, right? But do you want them to be notarized for these people? That's what I want to know.
We would like them to follow the current and existing registration for students. It's on our website, vide.vi, where they can go and see all the documents that's required. Nothing has changed, but we do have a habit where someone
3
will write a
minutes.
letter and just say, Maurice James currently live with me at this address. That does not work for registering.
It doesn't
your
work
child.
it doesn't work for the department.
Right,
I want to make that clear because I can in fact do one statement that says I lease to Senator Kenny Gittins for $20 a month, and he signs it and I sign it, and with the property address, and that's sufficient. So I just need you to make sure that you're clear in terms of letting people know that you want something more substantial than a simple letter, right?
Bashtonite Superintendent, you are correct, because that's currently what we receive. Someone just informing that this person lives with me in the Tide Village, where that child traverses from Frederickstead every morning to the Pearl B. Larson School. So we're curtailing that act of just submitting that letter. That letter is not
sufficient.
Is not sufficient.
Okay. Yeah. So it's not sufficient for the Department of Education. That's what we need to make clear to the public, for you. The 213 people that are out of district that were given, I guess, waivers, have you contacted those persons first? I would think they would be a priority so that they're aware that, they know, I guess, from your public releases, right?
They will be informed, Bashtonite Superintendent. They will be informed via letter, via communications, when we have completed the prep to build this week and we know what that new placement of that child will be. We'll be able to send home that letter. We'll be attaching it to the report card. So parents will get more than one letter. You might get 3 and 4 and think we're bombarding you, but we're just going to use every route to make sure you receive that documentation.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you guys this morning. I actually sat down and looked at your neighborhood school boundaries on page 6 and page 7, and I didn't understand. I was totally trying to figure out, and one of my staff members said that in, I think it's the state of Florida, if a parent wants to look at where their child will be registered in the public school system, they simply go to a map, an interactive map. You would show your address, and it would show you the district that on that website. It would have been nice for me anyway, I don't know about my colleagues, if you had like a color-coded map, right? And I'll tell you why. Look at your description of St. Croix Educational Complex, addresses west of Estate, Castle Burke, and St. Croix Central High School, east of Castle Burke. So Castle Burke students are going to be homeschooled? Think about it. Think about how this is written. You say west of Castle Burke for St. Croix Educational Complex, and you say east of Castle Burke for St. Croix Central High School. So where do the children that are high school students go who live in Castle Burke? Based on reading your description.
Bashtonite Superintendent, the students who currently live in Castle Burke, they attend the St. Croix Educational Complex, and from Castle Burke, go down west, they will continue to attend the St. Croix Educational Complex. So Castle Burke and beyond, going westward.
Going west.
Will
attend educational complex.
Correct.
Okay, great.
Senator, I do concur, and we will definitely look into the map, the color-coded map, to help our parents to understand.
Okay, let's talk about something that's very important here. Most of us on the island of St. Croix, and especially now because of the stress this particular population is experiencing, and I'm talking about Spanish-speaking people. They are right now under, and I think you know what I'm talking about, right? They're under a lot of stress. So the Pearl B. Larson School was where those children would go, and Pearl B. Larson School had a strong ESL program. My concern is you're taking those children, because you have Juanita Gardine, PK through 8, goes to residents from Herman Hill Estates, Judas Fancy, to the town of Frederickstead. So that means is Juanita Guardian School going to have this strong ESL program that's needed for those children? And Gallus Bay, so does Christian Said Tongue stop before Gallus Bay? Because Gallus Bay goes to Pearl B. Larson. But so where does Christian Said Tongue stop? And then address the ESL first though, because that's a big concern for that demographic.
Bastion Knight, superintendent, it was actually a big concern for the district as well.
Yeah.
What you didn't mention is that currently the ESL students that currently attend the Pearl B. Larson School, they go there from pre-K through 6.
Okay.
And currently, because we haven't dismantled, they would have shifted to the John H. Woodson Junior High School to continue their 7th, 8th due to the ESL program being at
Woodson?
At the John H. Woodson Junior High School. This redistricting actually pushes the services to Juanita Guardian, to Pearl B. Larson. We have ESL teachers in our district that we paid for their master's degree, too much of them. So we are saturated with them, so we can now strategically place them
you put them at
the different K-8 schools to service those students. So instead of those children that we know populate those areas in Christiansted that we know of that go to the Pearl B. Larson that need those services, they will no longer have to go all the way to John H. Woodson. They can stay right there at Pearl B. Larson School and receive their ESL, ELL services.
Okay. I'm happy that it was a concern and that you addressed it, because when I saw that, I thought this population is already under a lot of stress. And we don't need to add to the stress that they have.
And Bastion Knight Superintendent, that also goes on the western end, because the ESL program at Claudio was shuttered this school year that we're currently in, and those children are being pushed up to Eulalie, so now they'll get to go back, or we'll put back that ESL that was moved from Claudio, making sure that those students that live in Marley and you're an ESL student, you can just go to your school right there.
Wonderful. I want to point out too that when I was upstairs looking at the big map I have, on my wall, Kane Carlton isn't really it's Estate Kane and Estate Carlton, but we over time we've called places Ginger Thomas, whatever the developer decided to call it, right? But I was also trying to understand Carlton and to Mount Pleasant, but I'm not really going to go into that, only to suggest that if I am having a little difficulty and I am well versed in real estate and the island of St. Croix, I'm just wondering about parents and knowing that if I live here, this is where my child will go. So I hope that you follow some of the suggestions from the Board of Education. I saw where they also had suggestions on software tools and assisting with this redistricting plan. So that's my final really advice.
Sorry, I just wanted to respond to you, Senator, about the facilities master plan. I'm going to share the website. That's over 250 pages.
Okay.
So can I?
Well, yeah, you'd provide a link.
Okay.
I will. Yeah, in this day and age, when somebody asks for documents, you link us to the document. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm Bastion Knight Superintendent. Just like you mentioned too with your big map, we actually sit with the big St. Croix map. And one of the things that we're actually going to go back and do is the color coding and find a way with some support to get a color-coded map throughout.
Mr. Chair, I have one more question before, please, with your indulgence. John F. Kennedy, I don't know how to put this delicately. It seems as if we're just getting rid of all the housing projects in Christiansted, and we're moving everybody west. It is because you're increased. Well, if you don't, the senator from West said that's not a bad thing. So, okay, I will leave that alone. I will like your comment, but we are creating a certain kind of island. That's my point, and we need to recognize it, but I'll leave it at that.
Bastion Knight Superintendent, so we do share your sentiments, Senator James. And one of the problems we have with that specific housing community, that majority of them have shifted down Frederickstead, but guess what? They have not changed their address. So we have, what is the area? The Water M. Hodge Pavilion. So we have students that leave there and come all the way up every morning and go to Juanita Gardine. That's something that we'll have to curtail, and those are some of the parents that need to come in and put their new addresses on file.
Thank you. Thank you for your responsiveness.
We have a lot of point of information at the same subject. So let's start with Senator Francis, then Senator Johnson, then Senator Joseph.
Thank you. My point of information is to Mr. Benjamin in regards to the master plan. Have that been approved by the Board of Education?
Not as yet, sir.
The work in progress?
Yes, sir.
Has been submitted, or have there been any consultation or communication with
We
them?
submitted it
They submitted
to the
it?
board, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Johnson?
Yep. My point is about this move from Christiansted to Frederickstead, because some of them are temporary. So some people from Red Brick might move to Walter I.M. Hodge. But as soon as Red Brick open back up, they're going to go back up. So we have to be careful of just stopping them from going to the school that are going to be in the district, because Red Brick is close to being finished. So they might be living in Walter I.M. Hodge now. But by the time school starts up, they might be right back to the residential part they actually was residing.
Bastion Knight Superintendent, and we are definitely tracking that. With the Red Brick, majority of those residents were actually just moved to different vacant apartments and stuff like that, but we are tracking those numbers. We can tell you how much students from VID actually live in Red Brick, the Hamilton Jackson Terrace, and we are prepared to accommodate those students. If more move into those nicely, newly renovated condo townhouses that we're seeing, they look real nice. So I anticipate students moving in to those areas, and we are prepared to accommodate them because we are tracking them and marking them on our maps.
Thank you very much.
Senator Joseph?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The question, Sebastian or Knight. I also looking at the safety standpoint too, like after school for some children, maybe they might be out of district, but that's the safe zone. You understand what I'm saying? Like after school, the person who looked at this individual after school is a safe zone till the parents get home from work. That's my point. So although, I mean they might be out the district in living quarters, I'm going to explain myself. I lived Montbijou all my life, and I went to Paul B. Larson School. But my safe zone was in Christiansted Town, because that's the person that took care of me. So after school, that's why I've been until my mother finished work. So that's my point.
Bastion Knight Superintendent, and we hear you. We do have those cases, some specific cases that warrant the district looking at it will continue to be honored. We're gonna look at our employees who live in Frederickstead but work at Pearl B. Larson. We don't expect you to drop your child to Claudio Marco and then come all the way up to Pearl B. Larson. Those accommodations will continue to be made once the seats remain available. And if your family have a specific condition that would like us to be considered, that would like for us to consider, you can bring that to us and we will consider it. If it's something that we can honor because we understand the severity of the nature, it will be considered once seats are available, but we will not disenfranchise a child that lives across the street that needs to go to the school across the street.
Thank you for your response.
You have a difficult task ahead. Because you have 213 out of district. You're going to get 213 justification. That's similar to what the good senator just spoke about. Very similar. Because I've heard a lot of it already. And I mean, we've had discussion before with individuals out of district because they live in Christiansted, they want to go to this school, or they live in that particular area. So it's just a difficult conversation. However, the flip side is you really can't have a child that live within a close proximity of the school not able to attend that school. So the first individuals to be accommodated will have to be those students who live in the proximity of the school and who live in the district. Now, just go back and take a look at the wording, because the senator did point out the Castleburg. So the Castleburg was just like dangling. Okay, yes. He said east of Castleburg and west of Castleburg, but never spoke about Castleburg. And then you have Clifton Hill. Students in the 6th grade from Ricardo Richards who are promoted to the 7th grade, whose residential district is west of Clifton Hill. So Clifton Hill, is it going west? Is it also not? Or where's Mombiju going?
Mombiju will be going to the Eulalia Rivera campus.
And Glenn is going to Eulalia Rivera?
The same, yes.
Okay.
I'm picturing the map.
Okay. So those that will attend
and we repeat, Senator?
Okay, and then all those west of Clifton Hill who attended Ricardo Richards or Lumako will go to Arthur Richards.
Correct. And when you think about it, Senator, so Clifton Hill is just fun. It's how it's situated. It's like almost like 2 parts.
Yes.
So picture the area lining with the highway. It's easier for us to shoot those children down west and remain on the highway, cut through Louis E. Brown and get to the Arthur Richards campus, whereas take them all the way up to Pearl B. Larson or the Juanita K8. So look at that population that exists right above Central High School. They will just head downwards towards the Arthur Richards campus. That's just one straight route. Keeping in your head, you're thinking mileage and just ease of access. That's the easier campus to get that population. Can they actually linger between either direction? Because they're like Mid-Island.
Mid-Island,
but transportation-wise, it's easier to just push them straight down and that line down the highway straight to that campus.
Okay, and what is the projected staffing for the new school?
The projected staff, give me a minute, I actually have that information, but I have to pull it up.
While you're looking for it, I'll go to Senator Gittins. Senator Gittins, you recognized? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Before I get in here, I don't know how...
Oh, 1 second, Ms. Myers, Dr. Myers have the information for the grass cutting contract, so just wait on the record.
Good afternoon again, Dr. Myers, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, CFO. So for the St. Thomas landscaping contract, the total is $489,672. That's for the St. Thomas St. John district. And
say it again.
$489,672.
Okay.
And for St. Croix, it's $13,430. $14,430. I'm sorry, $114,430.
$114,430. So St. Thomas is 4 times the amount of St. Croix contracts? For substantially less acreage? What? I don't understand this one at all. Wait, before that, I want to know, St. Thomas is $489,000.
400.
And St. Croix is $114,000. The acreage at Complex and Central alone is more than all of the acreage of all the schools in St. Thomas combined. What's saying? Mr. Harrigan, Mr. Benjamin, how are we paying $489,000? There's some schools in St. Thomas barely have any grass. The one back at home.
You got to remember that Craig Benjamin, Bureau of School Construction. Ready? Okay. You got to keep in mind the terrain. Again, it's a total different terrain, and
I'm not seeing the hill. The hills.
And our contracts were renewed. Those at St. Thomas were renewed, whereas the ones at St. Thomas went out. At St. Croix went out through.
Okay, so why?
The GVI.
So why did you go through new contracts in St. Croix, substantially decrease that, and renew the contracts in St. Thomas that are 4 times now the price of St. Croix contracts?
I would refer that question to Dr.
So
Myers.
I'm sorry, Dr.
Name,
Charmaine
please.
Myers, CFO, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. So last year, there was a lot going on and we weren't able to send out anything. So we just decided to move forward and utilize the 1-year renewal for the St. Thomas contract. The St. Croix one was up. There was no renewal, so we didn't have any other choice but to go through the bidding process for the St. Croix district.
Yeah, but you're dealing with a cash-strapped entity that needs to have access to as much money as possible. And I'm just thinking, you have Tuit in town that barely have any grass. The whole thing is literally concrete. You have Alamala that just have the courtyard in the middle, there's barely any grass. You have Charlotte Amalie High School that has just been a demolition of Charlotte Amalie High School, all the buildings, so you no longer have to landscape that area where all the classrooms were. Is the contract for Charlotte Amalie landscaping the same as it was before? Did you renew the contract at the same amount as when they had those buildings and you had to landscape all of that area?
So we did renew it as is.
Okay, that doesn't make sense to me.
Craig Benjamin, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. As it pertains to Charlotte Amalie High School, the footprint for the building, we could leave it as is because the building was demolished and we need that area to, all the foliage to remain in that area and continuously grow to sustain that soil, to retain the soil in place. So we don't need to go in there and cut any of that. So you could treat it as the same square footage as you did the previous year.
If you don't need to go in and cut the area and reducing the contract.
No, we were never cutting that area. Remember, a building was in that footprint.
The area between the buildings, were there grass? Was there grass?
That was what,
okay,
a square foot.
Okay, so then I don't understand the argument of the terrain. I don't. Which school are you speaking about that is so expensive that has this terrain that it needs to be such an exorbitant price?
Well, as it pertains to the guys on St. Croix, remember they ride a zero turn. No one rides a zero turn in St. Thomas. They use individuals with a weed eater to go through each of those campuses and with a machete to clear the fence and do the weeding and all that stuff. So you're using manpower versus machine, which the cost will differ.
I would like to get the acreage that is being cut versus the acreage for St. Croix. I think as long as we have these exorbitant contracts, we're going to never have enough money to maintain the schools. Are you paying $500,000 to cut school? 30 years ago, it used to be cut by maintenance. All the schools in St. Croix were cut by the maintenance staff at one point. I've never worked at the school and maintenance cut the school where I worked at. It was the job, you buy a zero turn, you buy a machine, you got 2 people and they cut every day.
Actually, the superintendent was trying to get your attention. Bashan.
Superintendent Bashan.
Bastionite Superintendent St. Croix District. And Senator VLA, I know I hear your concern about the cost. Of course, the St. Croix cost this year is super cheap. And one of the concerns that the district continue to express is that we personally feel, well, it works because it reduces our costs, is the quality we're gonna get with these reduced costs for our acreage at our schools. When you look at a school at like Alfredo Andrews, and our school boundaries go all the way back by that soccer field. They have a lot of land. That's why we're gonna make it that big mega campus. And you're telling me that $114,000 covers this entire district is concerning, because in all the years of being in this position and seeing the cost cut, although it's never matched the St. Thomas district, $114,000, somebody charging $600 to cut Alfredo Andrews School should raise concern of the quality of work you're gonna get for $600.
I think
Janet Woodson currently has a contract And we passed by John H. Woodson this morning, and we don't know what time the school gonna get cut because it hasn't been touched as yet. So the principals are expressing their concerns. I know Monday's superintendent's meeting, and they're gonna bring all those concerns again. I did invite the bureau, but I want them to prepare to be able to tell the principals how we're gonna address it. But the quality of work that's gonna be done for this low cost in the district is very concerning to us. Even for my main office, somebody charging $150 to cut our, I mean, it sounds good because it saves us money, but what kind of work are you really gonna get? And when the contractor realizes that he's losing, are we prepared to pay the differential that usually comes with the different changes to these contracts?
Who's the contractor?
Dr. Charmaine Myers, CFO, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. So we have 3 different contractors. We have Nanchon and Walter that was contracted for Ricardo Richards, Alfredo Andrews, the VIDE main headquarters, Alternative Ed Curriculum Center, and the Procurement House. And then we have Tropical Painting and General Construction. And they were contracted for Eula Lee, Arthur Richards, Educational Complex, Claudio Marco, Pearl B, Juanita Gardine, Central High, Alexander Henderson, and Lumaco.
Okay, so that's 2.
So the other one is for adult education.
Okay. I'm going to speed up a little bit because I know that the commissioner has a flight. But one of the issues I'm seeing with the grass cutting is that they're continuing to cut less and less, and the grass is encroaching on the school. So if you look like at Alfredo Andrews goes all the way back to the soccer field, but every time they cut a little less. Complex going in the gate, the grass is actually reaching to the right there beside the road because they cut less and less. The vocational school, the whole back on. The grass is high, there's no maintenance. So eventually we ain't gonna get anything to cut, so I guess that's why it's so cheap. Because nobody is really making them cut what they're supposed to cut.
So if I may, Senator, I did ask the procurement director what was the previous amount for the St. Croix district, since we just put it out to bid. And before the contract expired, the last contract was $364,200. So it has dropped drastically.
150,000 drop. Okay. Senator Gittins, Senator Gittins, go ahead. Sorry, couldn't.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The more I sit here and listen, sometimes I'm like just in awe. But before I start, let me go back to the redistricting. I had a message from a concerned parent that stated that she agreed with the testimony of Dr. Kyza Callwood with the team approach with regards to the redistricting, because, or especially for children with special needs services who have an IEP and have developed a working relationship with a team of educators in a particular school that will be transferred to another school, etc. What's the, are you working in conjunction with the Board of Education on this redistricting plan?
So we did present to the board, and as I mentioned before, definitely taking into consideration moving forward, having that internal committee with the stakeholders, Senator. When it comes to that special group population, as mentioned in the testimony, consideration will be made for just those same points that you mentioned with students who have already established relationships, along with the different requirements as outlined in their IEPs. So those subgroups are going to be looked at a little bit different to the regular population.
And along those lines with the redistricting, what about students who might be in the 11th grade that was in a particular...
Yeah, we're not touching our high school students at this time.
You're not touching the high school students. So I've been at a particular high school for 3 years, 9 to 11, and now I have to change.
No.
Okay.
No.
What about those transitioning from, what is it now, from 5th to 6th? Or 6 to 7? How?
6 to 7?
5th, huh?
No.
5th to 6, right? Yeah. What about those?
In St. Croix District, we don't have any K-5 schools. That's St. Thomas.
So either one, when you're transitioning from the elementary into the
junior high,
next, yeah. What about those students if they were there for 5 years and now have to have a shift?
Oh, I get that, Dr. Bastianite.
Bastianite superintendent, they will go to their district in school. The only students that will not be touched are your Caribs will remain Caribs. We will not turn them into Barracudas.
2 minutes.
And the Barracudas will gladly remain Barracudas. All other schools will follow the districting plan.
So why would it be good for one set and not the other? I mean, especially the fact that these children, they're not paying their own mortgages or their own rent, so they can't decide where they're going to live. Circumstances change.
Senator, Bastianite superintendent, the decision has to be made for the masses, and the decision was made to do the redistricting and not include the high schoolers because they have already created their identity as a Carib. They have identified as a Barracuda, and they will remain rather than making a Carib a Barracuda. We do not cement that identity that much at the K through 6 level unless something has changed, and I don't know
1 minute.
But you graduate from or matriculate from high school as a Carib, you matriculate as a Barracuda.
All right, thanks. 1 minute left. I really can't. I'm not grasping that right now. But I want to know, I want to make sure that the department is making policy decisions based on confirmed migration data and not on projected assumptions tied to housing redevelopment.
30 seconds.
Because this could change at any time. Now, are you all able to provide documented student level data showing that enrollment shifts from Christiansted to Frederiksted are directly tied to families moving rather than other factors such as school preference or transfers?
Bastianite superintendent, Senator, we can produce both.
By using what specific data sources?
The student services under Rena Francis, they have that information. We have some that come in, some that don't come in. And parents are honest. If they want to move their child to another school, they will tell you.
So quickly, what specific data sources do you have?
Power School. That's the system, the information system database for the territory.
So this shows enrollment records, address verification, census data, and even housing authority. What about housing authority data?
Not housing authority specific database, but like Dr. Bastianite mentioned, they're tracking those students that have been moving because of housing communities being closed.
Okay, and I think I got the answer to this next question before, but let me ask it straight up. Are your redistricting decisions reversible?
Explain what you mean by that.
So if you made a decision because a child had to move from, say, Ralph Dish about housing community, or let's use Red Brick, out of district because of the temporary repairs. Once the
And they need to move
apartment is ready and they go back.
Definitely.
Are there reversible decisions?
Yes, definitely, Senator.
Okay.
Definitely.
Bureau of School Construction, may I, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
You have a list of schools scheduled for maintenance this summer with scope of work and timeline for each site?
Yes, we do.
And is there a criteria that you use to prioritize which school receives the attention, immediate attention?
Yes, we worked in collaboration with the with Dr. Bastian and her team, which is the principals, to identify issues that they saw at their campuses.
So if I were to ask you to provide us now by email with priority listing, would you be able to do so?
We can.
Now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you email it to the chair?
I'll have my team send it to you.
While we're here.
Yeah.
Do you have timelines for completion and how you'll ensure that the projects are finished before school begins?
Yes, we do.
Good. Now, is there a current maintenance schedule for landscaping across all campuses? We were just having that discussion, including those that are temporarily closed.
I don't think we have any of the temporary closures involved in the landscaping contract. No, I don't think so.
Hence why the chair is talking about the condition with the overgrowth vegetation on these campuses. Who's going to address that?
Well, we visited and discussed it.
I mean, it's sickening to drive through certain areas and see horses and abandoned cars and all kind of overgrown vegetation on the property. I mean, we got to maintain it, but the fact that they're seeing that we're neglecting it, it appears that nobody cares. So what's the plan to address any of those shuttered schools?
Well, like I said, we'll discuss it and put it and see about putting that out to bid and see how we could move forward with that, because we were going based off of what was presented for the previous year.
Let me try and wrap up here. What's the current status of
and limited funding as well?
Slow down for me. What's the current status of exterior lighting and that's for you, and PA systems within the schools across the territory? So you tell me first with the exterior lighting.
Okay, we've been restoring the exterior lights at the schools. As you see, we started with Complex, and we're moving on to the other schools as well. It's been ongoing.
So there are schools where you know lighting is unknown. There's a known inefficient lighting in that.
Yeah,
area.
that's why we would go and address those schools.
All right, and you are addressing those.
We have to know what's going on in all schools.
Yeah, you're supposed to know what's going on at all schools, but I want to know if they're being addressed.
Yeah, we're addressing them. That's what I just stated.
Well, okay, so when I get the calls, I need to start calling you.
Definitely,
because
you're welcome to.
Something ain't happening. I mean, you're responding. Slow down for me. You can't talk while I'm talking.
Right.
It appears I'm getting calls from parents and whatnot when there's activities at the schools in the night. When there's activities even during the day with the field just ain't ready for children to be able to do their sporting events. So I'm going to start calling you then and letting you know, since you feel that you are addressing it. Because I'm telling you, I'm feeling these calls just about weekly.
Yes, and just like how you have came to me yourself and expressed to me about one campus, and I told you we're going to address it. We went to address it, and then we had to shift funding into the restoration of that facility to deal with all the other issues. So once the funding is available, we can do that. We have a program with the restoration of all the lighting and the exterior lighting in all the schools. And several principals can tell you they have had the lighting restored at the exterior of their schools.
Good, you're addressing it. Tell me about the PA system.
Bachelor Knight, Superintendent.
Superintendent, yes.
Bachelor Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District. I do know that the Juanita Gardine Intercom project is completed. The St. Croix Central High School intercom project is completed. The only one that was slated to be completed but is on hold is the educational complex, only because the modernization project that's scheduled to begin in May. It made no sense to start the intercom work, to have to take it back out to do the modernization, and we had to find money to put it back in again. So we're gonna do the intercom once that modernization is completed.
Okay, thank you. And I'll close out by asking the director, what portion of your budget is allocated for routine maintenance versus emergency repairs?
I'll let Dr. Myers address that one.
About 75% of our budget is expense on emergency maintenance. 75%.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Viale, if I may make a correction to something that I did mention.
Go ahead.
They're going to send me the packets with the sheet of what it is that they're going to complete, and I'll forward that to you. But originally I said the J&K building at BCB, they're not doing that. They're doing the ACs first. So the AC repairs and window changes would be the first across the campus instead of focusing one building at a time because of the AC challenge.
They already started the AC. I think that put in one when we visited about 2 weeks ago. They went on?
Not yet.
Oh, they took one out,
Yeah.
but they didn't
Right,
replace
so
it as
they're
of yet.
pivoted to doing the ACs first.
Okay. Really quickly. Senator Gittins, mic quickly.
One last question, whether it's to the commissioner or the director. Henderson School. What's the status with Henderson School? When are those lumbers going to be removed? And are we going to be able to see Henderson School reopen again in the future?
So Henderson School, Senator, is in the $1 billion bundle. That wood will have to be removed. They're in the about 65% complete in the design. Once that design is finished, Suffolk CBNA will start construction, which will be the demolition. So we are in conversation through ODR to see where they can move that lumber to. But it will be rebuilt as a pre-K to 8 school.
Okay, so at this time we don't know when and where those lumber will be relocated
I don't,
to.
Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Senator Gittins. The lumber is a housing finance authority.
Right.
They have the contract.
Right.
Okay, that ridiculous contract that they said they had with education. Before I go to Senator Franklin Johnson for a point and Senator Clifford Joseph and close the rung out. Charles H. is no longer under the Department of Education, correct?
No, that's why my hand was up. There's several campuses that have been turned
Charles
over.
H. is under Department of Human Services. Property and Procurement gave it to Human Services. I think Elena Christian is no longer under Education. Those properties have reverted back to PNP. And that's why I want to make sure that Woodson isn't going to go under PNP and then...
No.
So Mr. Benjamin can't cut any of those schools because you don't have jurisdiction, so don't go. You cut the schools that you have jurisdiction under.
The good senator hear that?
But I'm telling you that you need to make sure that you don't cut those schools that you don't have jurisdiction under. Right. Those schools are under different entities. Woodson is still under your purview.
Yes.
So you need to maintain Woodson.
Yes.
Arthur Richards campus in Frederickson is still under your purview. So you need to cut that. Senator Johnson, quickly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I started out when the hearing started, I gave Mr. Benjamin at one point, I was asked to give him 2 for lighting up complex parking lot. So that's lit for sure. But my point of information is Claudio Marco School Kitchen. We continue talking about this kitchen time after time. What's the status on Claudio Marco School Kitchen?
Well,
and at the gym, because we had a floor that was going to be donated to Claudio Marco, and until we fix that, we're going to lose that floor. So if you could please, enlighten me on what's going on with those 2 things.
Okay. I will have Ms. Cynthia Allen. She will respond to your question on those schools.
Good afternoon, Cynthia Allen, Assistant Director of Construction, BSCM. Concerning the Claudomarco kitchen, this month, at the end of this week, actually, is when the ARPA funding deadline mandate is set. And so all periodical estimates, final payment on all contracts were due and are being processed. The contractor has submitted for his final PE according to the contract terms. So it's been closed out. So that is considered complete according to the contract terms.
No, is it complete? I got it. Is it complete?
It's complete.
So
according to the contract terms.
Not according to the contract term. Do we have a kitchen that could be utilized to serve meals? So the work on the back wall with the sinks and everything, that has been completed?
The back wall was not constructed. It was removed from the contract. I was not involved in that decision, but...
So the kitchen is not complete? The senator want to be able to go down there and see a completed kitchen. We're hearing all type of answer. The contract we know the contract deadline was the end of March. But is that kitchen going to be utilized? Can it be utilized next week?
It can be utilized.
Without sinks?
It has sinks.
It has sinks.
All that stuff is in place.
So everything has been installed?
Yes, he has installed everything.
Go ahead. You had to ask the next question.
The next question was the gym.
Before you go far about the gym, I'm going to Claudomarco next week or no?
Okay.
I'm going to check this kitchen to make sure that kitchen is walkable. So when I ask a question, I want you all to be very sincere and honest with me, because me and the person who ask this question, I ain't going to go. I live in Frederickstead.
Okay.
All right. I'm going there next week.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead with the gym.
I was there last week. The gym. The gym, at this point, will not be completed. Those are ARPA funds that are going to be returned.
Jesus.
Because the contractor did not receive the contract renewal in time for him to purchase materials, have them delivered and installed. That's why.
So that gym right now is going to just be left. What's the plan? Can somebody tell me something? Because we had an opportunity to get a wood floor if we had fixed that gym from UVI. And we did nothing. What is going to happen with Claudomarco gym? It's pretty much the only gym that they could have done any kind of after-school program in the night with closing, because if you go down in West, it's open up. So the gym with open man league that they used to utilize is no longer there. So what's the plan? Can somebody tell me what's the plan?
The plan is for us to restore that gym once we get the adequate funding to do so.
There's literally no plan. The plan is federal money is gone. They're going to come to the central government and access to allocate monies that we had before that we lost. And that were really nazi. I mean, that's just nauseating. You have money to do something, the money returns back, and then you got to come to central government and say, we need money to do it. When the federal government gave us the money to fix the gym, that contract renewal should have been in place. And there's other contract renewals that wasn't done, where we're losing the money. So when this whole thing is done, we will hear how much million we lose again, because contract renewals weren't done. And then you're going to come before this body and say you need money when you had money. It really doesn't make, I mean, some days it's just frustrating because it just doesn't make sense. Senator Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to the panel. My first question would be, with this month as VA History Month closing out, and we're looking at the schools that are closed, what are we doing with the names on these schools? Are we gonna, what's the plan in the territory?
Bastion Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District. That's something that VIDE has been very sensitive about. And as we go about building these new campuses, we are having the discussions where we're integrating those names. So like, for example, we know that we have the new Arthur Richards campus that's supposed to open. We're looking at maybe that big commons area becoming the Evelyn Williams Commons or something like that, making sure that the name still lives on within the district by whether it's the gymnasium, whether it's that big musical arena within that school carries the name of one of our shuttered schools.
Okay. Thank you for the response.
And that's already in the works.
Yeah, I heard you earlier were speaking about the same school, Woodson and Evelyn Williams. Even talking about the school, the uniform. I still wanted to know about the rest. So we still having teacher shortage, and what about paras?
Bashton Knight Superintendent, that's part of the instructional staff. And now that we're dismantling John H. Woodson, it provides us the opportunity to fill some of those hard-to-fill content areas and stuff like ELA. That's 4 ELAs that I'm going to be able to take from John H. Woodson and now distribute across the district because we do not have a pool of ELA teachers waiting to be interviewed. So same thing with paraprofessionals, the monitors, the nurses.
3 minutes.
Utilizing those until.
Okay, but has the Department of Education, in considering in the reopening of smaller schools so we could utilize the technology today to be able to have a teacher teaching from one class and in one school and be able to hit 2 campus and maybe just a para? That's why I asked if the paras is a shortage as well.
Yes, we are, Bashton Knight Superintendent, we are looking at our scheduling, and you're thinking district-wise and we're thinking territory-wide, where if we have the teacher at Edora Ken, the students at Central and Complex can benefit from that teacher just based on the scheduling, making sure that it's aligned, it's synced to maximize on the resources.
Yeah, I like to maximize resources. That's why I asked the question. I look at resources from two segments. So a teacher of that volume, that teaching that amount of children, then maybe even on the para, then when we start to talk about, even when we're dealing with salaries, one of those teachers maybe might make it more than a person who just dealing with one class at a time. I'm just saying, I like to maximize my dollar for what it is. Going into the children with disability now, how do we access, how are we going to determine a child have a disability?
Bashton Knight Superintendent, the practice of testing our students through the referrals from the individual schools and the parents will remain the same, and we, in the redistricting process, have looked at those specific populations and determine where the needs are and how we're gonna do those placements.
And as far as assessment, how long does it take to assess a child?
Bashton Knight Superintendent, it varies. I do know, and I commend the St. Croix District team, that we have actually reduced our caseload by a half. And we currently will continue throughout the year and into the summer to make sure we continue to reduce our caseload. But it doesn't take very long once you have started the process, and that backlog came because we were not testing as we should. And we have fixed that in the St. Croix District.
Okay, let me ask this question now. Is this individuals that are employed by education, or these are contractors that come in and do the assessment?
Bashton Knight Superintendent, for the testing, we have the district employed team that conduct those testing of the referred
30
students.
30 seconds.
Okay, quickly. I just want to make sure. And even, okay, let me go to the Bureau for a minute, because I'm listening to the drop in the bid, and that's okay, but so we gotta make sure they maintain, like checking, because just like any new contractor, they might be working, somebody else tell them, I'm working for nothing. But just hear me out, because the bottom line is, I want to make sure that they're completing the task anyway. So if they're completing the task, we're gonna know over time that, okay, it could be done. And we gotta make sure, make it the practice that we go out and put everything back out to bid. Because if you have a crunch for money, then during the process, even if all the bids come in above what you have to spend, then you have to reach out to them and let them know, hey, this is our zone. Maybe one might bite and the other 3 mightn't, and they might end up with a contract. I just saying going forward. Because we had monies, just like you listen to the opera fund just gets, and you looking to lose some on the gym and what's not. But I don't know, in a sense, if we have contractors right now because of how long folks will take to get paid, that will even take the trust. Just like you were saying, the money is there, and you could have fronted, but I don't know. Again, it's federal money, so I don't know if we could get to the point where you can't. So either the contract done or it ain't done. So that's where the problem comes in. And then the trust won't have been there either, because maybe he'd have spent his money and make sure he tried to get it done. But today it's like, hey, me get my down payment, I ain't doing nothing because I had to take too long to pay. So it's a catch-29 on that, you know. Catch-99. Thank you, Mr.
Noted.
Chair.
22. Catch-22 there. Quickly before we move on to the next topic, we have been able to get a lot of answers. Nurse at Alfredo Andrews, and they have a policy for informing parents if somebody's injured. I know that good senator had passed a bill in reference to bringing on LPNs. What is the status of that so that we can get a nurse at every school? Because you have some itinerant nurses that go to different schools, but you can't predict when somebody's going to get sick. So what is the status of a nurse or the nursing population in reference to bringing on LPNs?
So, good afternoon, Senator Victor Sum, the third Assistant Commissioner. Senator Gittins proposed legislation to create school health technicians that required the Department of Health to approve the job description. That job description has finally been approved, and we are well on the way to having a school nurse supervisor in each district that would supervise those school health technicians. To include those school health technicians, the requirement, they could be a LPN, they could be a CNA, they could be a...
Give me some dates. When are we going to have that in place and we could get these LPN and CNAs in the school?
Well, we have the approved job description from the Division of Personnel. I anticipate that hopefully with the beginning of the next school year that we will have those school health technicians on board.
So if I may, Senator, funding may pose a challenge. Right now, currently, we only have 2 nursing vacancies, 1 in each district, funded. So we may need to have a conversation because now we're creating something new. So it means deleting something to create this. So that may need further discussion. Just wanted to put
the pay scale is quite different for LPN versus RN. So we'll have a bit more flexibility. If we look at a couple exempt positions and make some recommendations as to what can be cut back and provide some positions for the students. Quickly, Mr. Parija, what's the possibility of Alfredo Andrews basketball court just repaving it? Not the whole million and this expensive thing, just patching it so that the students have some place where they can play. Just a basic paving. Because I know you got a ridiculous quote for remilling and this and that. No, we ain't talking, Alfred Andrews is eventually going to be rebuilt. We're just talking about basically having the court usable for the students.
Senator, I could
revisit
it and send it to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator DeGraff, you had one question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, in regards to Charlotte Amalie High School, the footprint that was used to take down the buildings, can they use the same footprint where they enter and exit the school to take down, I guess, with the auditorium and the gym and traverse right back out the same way they came in and out for demolition of the previous school?
It definitely can happen. One of the issues is repurposing those special education classes on that side that would facilitate the demolition. And that's where the spacing comes in, and it's definitely a challenge for the Charlotte Amalie High School at this time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. There are no additional modular units in St. Thomas that could be utilized? The modular units at Central High, have they been condemned or are they still usable?
They haven't been condemned. We just are not using them.
So can they be utilized for Charlotte Amalie? There's like 10 units there. There are a lot of units at Arthur Richards School that were never had any issues. Is there a possibility of looking at using some of, we only pay like $40 million for Arthur Richards. The units are sitting there. Can any of those units be repurposed to St. Thomas? And the gymnasium at Woodson, I know it's a sprung. Can a sprung be moved to Eulalie Rivera, or is it cheaper to get a new sprung?
It'd be cheaper to get a new sprung.
Okay. The trailers, can they be repurposed?
Once we restore them.
No, these trailers are in good condition at Richard School, and you also have trailers at Central High, maybe more than 10, that were never utilized.
If I may speak, Assistant Director Paul Harrigan, where would you put them on Charlotte? We don't have the square footage to put the trailers.
With all of them here for Charlotte, Mali, to me, it's not like it'll never get done. Because we need to repurpose or revisit the special ed classroom. We got to go someplace. We need to demolish the auditorium. We need this particular area, that particular, but we're not coming up with a solution as to how we're going to get that school started to build. The demolition has taken place.
So,
what is the
Senator,
solution?
That's not accurate. Like
Okay.
I mentioned to you, I need to get that listing of how they have pivoted since to you so that you could see. I just don't have it with me at this time.
And just understand that my frustration is that the money's got to be spent.
Right.
2035 hit, the match is going to change, and this government is going to owe tens of millions of dollars when they change the match from what we presently have, and they go to 20% that we got to put up. 20% of $1 billion is a lot of money. So we got to get that going. I'm going to give you an opportunity to put your closing statement on the record, because we really want to get to the next bill and be able to ask the Commissioner one or two questions. Commissioner and Mr. Benjamin and Ms. Dr. Bashan Knight, I want to thank you guys for coming and having the discussion about redistricting. Whether or not I agree, you had the discussion, and that is important because the community need to know exactly what is going to happen. Mr. Benjamin, I'm praying that you have some maintenance of John H. Woodson. They don't become an eyesore, and 6 months from now, we're hearing a lot of back and forth. The gymnasium, if it's not going to be utilized by anybody, then let's give the gymnasium to Sports Park and Recreation and let them use it for a practice facility, or let schools, or can the schools coordinate the use of that gymnasium for other schools rather than just closing it down?
Definitely, Senator. That's something that's actually doable right now. We're looking to utilize the Arthur Richard Sprung in the West for summer program. So definitely can be utilized.
And I'm glad you're moving in that direction, because that was a recommendation. So that is perfect. And I know that there are programs that utilize Woodson Gym during the summer. So I hope that that is coordinated so that they can continue the use. So I'll give you, Mr. Benjamin, an opportunity to put a closing statement on the record.
Okay, I would like to start by saying thank you for this opportunity to come and testify before you guys today. I would like to thank my team, both the individuals here and the individuals out in the field. And I would like to thank the Department of Education for allowing us to testify with them. I know there was a slight difference in our testimony. However, we stand in support of whatever decision that is made for the school. And we are here to do the work to maintain whichever facility is given to us to maintain. That's what we're here for.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Senator Villalay and the rest of the body for allowing us at the Virgin Islands Department of Education to talk about the redistricting. And we do know that, you know, with change there comes challenges, but we are open to any suggestions, any support. Definitely had some good ideas today, and we are taking those and implementing. And I just want to reassure my special population, like my SPED students and ELL students, that there is going to be special consideration for those populations, as well as case-by-case basis for those who may have adequate justification as to why they need to remain where they are. This decision was not taken lightly, and we are definitely looking forward to transitioning as smooth as possible for the upcoming 2026-2027 school year. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. Callwood, we didn't ask you much questions, but we thank you for coming and being in support. Closing statement?
Thank you, Chairman VLA and all members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. Again, as stated, the board is committed to collaborating with the Department of Education and the Bureau of School and Construction Maintenance and all stakeholders to ensure that the redistricting plan is implemented in a manner that is equitable, transparent, and consistent with our shared commitment to educational excellence here in the Virgin Islands community. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Callwood. And Commissioner, just make sure that, and Dr. Bashton, that you're able to relay the information to the staff, because you're going to have transfers within the district. So the staff need to know in a timely manner as to exactly where they're going so that they can be prepared for the upcoming school year. We're going to take a very brief, you wanted to say something? Okay, the committee is going to take a brief recess, and then we'll come back to deal with a very straightforward bill that seeks to help the special needs population and the parents that on a regular basis have to address their needs. So the committee will take a recess for 5 minutes. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 2, proposed legislation. Bill number 36-0207, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 6, by adding Section 590D and Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, by adding Section 24, requiring employers to grant parents or legal guardians of a child with a diagnosed disability 2 hours per month of paid leave to attend the child's medical appointments, proposed by Avery L. Lewis. Invited testifiers, Honorable Gary Malloy, PhD, Commissioner, Department of Labor, Ms. Cindy L. Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel, Honorable Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner, Department of Health, Brian Young, MD, Partners for Kids. This concludes the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I'm going to begin by allowing the testifiers to put the name and title on the record, beginning from my right. Sasso.
Good afternoon, Florine O'Dane Hassel, Division of Personnel, Assistant Director.
Good afternoon, all. Nisha Christian Hendrickson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel, on behalf of Commissioner Dr. Gary Malloy.
Good afternoon, Gwen Steele, Director of Labor Relations.
Good afternoon, Deputy Commissioner Renan Steele, Department of Health.
Good afternoon, beautiful people. Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health, on behalf of the Honorable Justa Encarnacion.
Thank you so much. Who speaks to this bill? We have someone, St. Damas, I'm sorry. St. Damas? Dr. Sims?
Could be.
I didn't look up.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Nicole Cragwell Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel.
Good afternoon, Aliyah Felix Blyden, Legal Counsel, Division of Personnel.
Thank you so much. Who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Senator Lewis, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues and people of the Virgin Islands, I humbly come before you today seeking your support for Bill number 36-0207, legislation that simply asks you to lead with compassion, fairness, and humanity. I want to be clear, this is not something I have only observed from a distance. Over the last several years, this issue has become personal for me because it has touched my own family. I have had to step in and be involved when family members could not get time off from work or when they had other children to care for and simply could not be in two places at once. So when I speak on this, I am not just speaking as a policymaker or a former educator. I am speaking as someone who has lived it. I am a living testimony of the challenges that these families face and the difficult choices they are forced to make every single day. This bill provides 2 hours per month of paid leave for parents or legal guardians of a child with a diagnosed disability so they can attend essential medical, therapeutic, or diagnostic appointments. For some, that may sound like just another leave, but I say respectfully, until you have walked in the shoes of these parents, you cannot fully understand the weight they carry. Some may say 2 hours. I'm going to be honest and say, when I wrote the legislation, I was a little timid, and I said, let me start with 2 hours to get the buy-in from my colleagues. But serving the community and talking with parents and visiting centers and things, 2 hours really is not enough. As a former elementary classroom teacher, often in full inclusion classrooms, I've seen firsthand the realities faced by both parents and educators. Many teachers are parents themselves, some raising children with disabilities, and they understand the emotional, physical, and financial demands involved. These children require a special level of care, love, patience, and attention. Some are high functioning, while others require intensive, ongoing support. In every case, they deserve our understanding and our support. Some may ask, what constitutes an emergency? An emergency could mean that a specialist is coming into the territory on a short notice, or that a child urgently needs advanced therapeutic care in order to function. It could also mean a sudden regression in a child's condition where immediate intervention is necessary to prevent further developmental loss, or a situation where a child experiences an unexpected behavioral or medical episode that requires urgent evaluation or adjustment of treatment. There are many different scenarios, and for these families, time is not a luxury, it is critical. This bill is rooted in balance. It recognizes the needs of families while also respecting the realities faced by employers. This is why the guardrails are included: advance notice requirements, documentation of appointments, and reasonable standards to prevent misuse, because fairness must exist on both sides. But let us be clear, the child must be our #1 priority. When a parent is forced to choose between keeping their job and taking their child to a necessary appointment, this is not a choice any of us should accept. Colleagues, we know there may be a few who abuse any system, but we cannot allow that reality to overshadow the many families who are genuinely in need. This legislation is about being the voice for those who often go unheard. It is about standing in the gap for parents doing their very best under challenging circumstances. It is about ensuring that as leaders, we keep empathy and humanity at the forefront of our decisions. I also made the deliberate decision to include the private sector. Disabilities and illnesses do not discriminate between government and private employment. Many private sector workers, some already struggling to make ends meet, deserve the same level of protection and dignity, especially those employed by companies benefiting from public incentives. Our EDC beneficiaries, exactly. This is not just policy, it is people, it is families, it is children who rely on us to get this right. This is a powerful step forward that says, we see you, we value the quiet battles you're fighting. As Nelson Mandela once said, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. Colleagues, let us show the soul of the Virgin Islands by choosing compassion, fairness, and putting our children first. Thank you.
Senator, thank you for that testimony. We'll now go to the testimony from the officials that are assembled before us. I think we could probably vote on the bill right now, but we need to cement this particular point. And even before we go to the testimony, it has generated a lot of conversation. And we were just having a sidebar there. An employee who enlightened us a bit as to even more justification as to why we need to do this. And at a later time, we are going to amend the bill a bit from the 2 hours to 4 hours. And just so you guys can know, so that you could keep it in your mind. And Senator, I also saw one other area that I would like amended, which is 90 days after enactment, to switch it to 30 days after enactment. Because it's not like you need a long time to get prepared for this. Individuals are experiencing this every single day. But we will see where we go, and I know for sure I think we already have agreement on the 4, and we'll have some further discussion. So we're going to begin with testimony, and we begin with Department of Labor.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kurt Vialet, Chairman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, honorable members of the committee, distinguished senators of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, listening and viewing audiences. I am Assistant Commissioner Legal Counsel Nisha Christian-Hendrickson on behalf of Dr. Gary Malloy, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. I'm here today with Gwen Steele, Director of Labor Relations. Thank you for inviting us to provide testimony regarding Bill number 36-0207, an act amending Title III of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 6, by adding Section 590D, and Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, by adding Section 24, requiring employers to grant parents or legal guardians of a child with a diagnosed disability 2 hours per month of paid leave to parents or legal guardians of a child with a diagnosed disability, so they may attend medical, therapeutic, or diagnostic appointments. This bill would require employers to give parents or legal guardians of a child with a diagnosed disability up to 2 hours of paid leave each month so they can attend important medical, therapy, or diagnostic appointments with their child. At the outset, we want to be very clear. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor supports the intent of this bill. This is a thoughtful, important proposal that recognizes a reality that many families face every day, that balancing work and caregiving responsibilities, especially for children with disabilities, can be extremely challenging. When working parents are able to take care of their children without risking their job or their income, it benefits everyone. Employees are more focused, committed, and employers retained experienced workers, and overall workforce became stronger and more stable. However, while we support the purpose of this bill, we also want to make sure that it works well in practice. Laws like this must be clear, fair, and realistic so they can be properly followed and enforced. As written, the bill places new responsibilities on both employers and the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, including investigating complaints and enforcing penalties. That is why we are recommending a few practical adjustments, not to change the goal of the bill, but to make sure it can be successfully implemented across the territory. First, we recommend clearly defining what is a quote-unquote full-time employee. Right now, that is not included in this bill. Without a clear definition, different employers may interpret it differently. We suggest defining a full-time employee as someone who works 35 hours or more per week, which is consistent with standard labor practices. This will ensure fairness and consistency. Second, we could recommend a phased approach for businesses, especially smaller ones. Larger employers may be able to immediately provide the full hours of leave each month, but smaller businesses may need a little more time to adjust. So we propose introducing a grace period or phased rollout approach for at least 180 days. This helps businesses adapt while supporting employees. Third, we suggest adding some flexibility on the notice requirement. The bill currently requires 7 days notice before an appointment. While that is reasonable in many cases, medical appointments, especially for children with disabilities, can sometimes come up unexpectedly. We recommend allowing exceptions in emergency situations or when circumstances are beyond the parent's control. Fourth, we believe it is important to create clear rules for how this law will be carried out. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor and the Division of Personnel will need to develop guidelines for documentation, record keeping, and handling complaints. We recommend setting a timeline of 120 days to put these rules in place so that everyone understands how the law will work. Fifth, to ensure fairness, we recommend setting a reasonable time limit, 180 days, for filing complaints. This helps to ensure the issues are addressed in a timely and manageable way. Sixth, we recommend clarifying what kind of documentations employers can request. Employers should be able to confirm that the child has a diagnosed disability and that the appointment took place, but families should not be required to share detailed medical information. This protects privacy while still ensuring accountability. Finally, we recommend extending the effective date of this bill from 90 to 180 days. This will give the Department of Labor some time to develop regulations, allow employers time to prepare, and give us the opportunity to educate the public about the new law. In closing, Bill number 36-027 is an important step forward for working families in the Virgin Islands. It reflects commitment to supporting parents while strengthening our workforce. The recommendations we have provided are intended to make the bill clearer, more balanced, and easier to implement. With these adjustments, this legislation can truly make a positive and lasting impact. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor stands ready to work with the legislature and all stakeholders to ensure this policy is successfully implemented. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. Director Steele and I are prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Division of Personnel, Commissioner.
A pleasant good afternoon, Honorable Kurt A. Viale, Chairman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, members of the committee, non-committee members, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Cindy L. Richardson, Director of the Division of Personnel. I'm accompanied by Legal Counsel Aaliyah Felix Blyden, and Assistant Director Florine Audine Hassel is present in person in the Legislature Conference Room in St. Croix. I appreciate the opportunity to submit testimony in support of Bill number 360207. Bill number 360207 proposes to provide employees of the Government of the Virgin Islands with 2 hours per month of paid leave for parents or legal guardians of a child with a diagnosed disability to attend medical, therapeutic, or diagnostic appointments. The Division of Personnel appreciates the legislature's continued focus on policies that support the realities of our personnel. The Division of Personnel supports the intent of the bill with recommended clarifications to ensure effective implementation and alignment with existing law. The GVI currently provides caregiver leave under 3 VIC Section 590B. That framework allows eligible employees to receive up to 4 hours of administrative leave per month when serving as the primary caregiver for certain qualifying individuals, or when entrusted with or assuming responsibility for the care of older adults and dependent adults. While there is some overlap between the existing caregiver leave framework and the proposal before the committee, DOP views the bill as a more narrowly tailored leave category focused specifically on allowing parents or legal guardians to attend scheduled medical, therapeutic, or diagnostic appointments related to a child's condition. In practice, these appointments may not always align neatly with the broader caregiver leave framework. The division therefore recognizes the value in providing a clear and consistent mechanism to address this specific need. Additionally, the leave authorized under the bill is merely 2 hours per month and represents a minimal operational burden. Even in circumstances where an employee may qualify under both leave programs, the total amount of leave remains modest. As such, the division does not view the potential for overlap or cumulative use as a significant concern. The areas of clarification. While the division supports the bill, several provisions would benefit from clarification to ensure consistent and effective administration. Where the bill is silent or ambiguous in certain areas, the division recommends that the legislature either provide clarification within the statute or expressly authorize its intent for the Division of Personnel to address such matters through implementing regulations. Specifically, the bill authorizes civil penalties of up to $1,000 per violation, but does not define what constitutes as a violation. The bill does not specify against whom penalties are intended to be assessed, such as employing agency or responsible official. The bill requires 7 business days notice, except in cases of emergency, but does not define what constitutes an emergency. DOP would want to ensure that the definition of a child with diagnosed disability aligns with existing federal and territorial frameworks governing disability, including the Americans with Disability Act. The bill does not specify whether the 2-hour monthly entitlement applies per employee or per qualifying child. DOP would recommend per employee, per qualifying child with a diagnosed disability. The bill does not address how this leave is intended to interact with existing caregiver leave under 3 VI Code Section 590B. We note that the legislation itself presents a minimum operational burden. However, the enforcement provisions assigned additional responsibilities to the Division of Personnel, including investigation of complaints, enforcement of compliance, and assessment of penalties. The division is currently responsible for administering and overseeing multiple programs and functions, including caregiver leave, donated leave, equal employment opportunity matters, ethical investigations, and other personnel compliance issues. At present, these responsibilities are managed with limited personnel resources, with only a small number of individuals trained to conduct investigations while also maintaining their primary duties. Accordingly, the division respectfully highlights that the continued expansion of enforcement responsibilities underscores the need to advance to the development of a personnel accountability and compliance unit or a similar structure. Such a unit would support the government's ability to ensure compliance, conduct timely investigations, and effectively implement legislative mandates such as those proposed in this bill. In conclusion, the Division of Personnel supports the bill, the intent of the bill, number 360207, and recognizes its value in addressing a specific and practical need for employees and their families. With the recommended clarifications and appropriate administrative support, the division believes the bill can be implemented effectively and consistently across the government of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My team and I stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Department of Health representative.
Good day, Honorable Senator Kurt A. Viale, Chairperson of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. Honorable Senator Avery L. Lewis, Vice Chair, committee members, all non-committee members, and of course, the viewing and listening audience. I am Assistant Commissioner Ruben Molloy, appearing on behalf of the Honorable Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner for the Virgin Islands Department of Health. Joining me today are Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Assistant Commissioner, and Brennan Steele, Deputy Commissioner. We would like to extend our sincere appreciation to Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and Lieutenant Governor Tregenza A. Roach for their continued leadership and unwavering commitment to the well-being of the people of the Virgin Islands. We commend Senator Avery Lewis for proposing Bill number 360207, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 6, by adding Section 590D, and Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, by adding Section 24, requiring employers to grant parents or legal guardians of a child with a diagnosed disability 2 hours per month of paid leave to attend the child's medical appointment. From a public health perspective, with a focus on behavioral health, this legislation represents a thoughtful investment in the well-being of children and families across the Virgin Islands. Children with diagnosed disabilities often require ongoing medical, developmental, and behavioral health services, yet many families face a difficult choice between maintaining employment and attending essential appointments. This bill directly addresses that barrier by supporting caregiver's involvement in a child's care. Allowing parents and legal guardians to attend appointments strengthens continuity of care, supports early intervention, and improves overall health outcomes. It also reduces the risk of more serious conditions and lessens reliance on emergency and long-term care systems. Behavioral health benefits are significantly important. Consistent caregiver involvement improves engagement in therapy, strengthens family relationships, and reduces stress within the home. Children with conditions such as autism, ADHD, developmental delays, and other behavioral health needs often require frequent services including therapy, counseling, and specialized care. Missed appointments can lead to regression, worsening symptoms, and challenges in school and social settings. This legislation also recognizes that supporting families is a shared responsibility. By positioning employers as partners, it reflects a practical and compassionate approach to workforce policy. The provision of 2 hours of paid leave per month is a strong and balanced component. It directly addresses one of the most common barriers to care, time, while remaining realistic and sustainable for employers. This type of policy demonstrates that meaningful impact can be achieved by removing everyday obstacles to care. From a workforce perspective, this bill promotes employee retention, reduces unplanned absenteeism, and supports a more stable and productive workforce. In closing, this legislation represents a smart, balanced investment in children, families, and the long-term health of our community. At its core, it advances one of the fundamental objectives of public health, ensuring early detection of changes in child's health and development and facilitating timely access to treatment and supportive services before conditions worsen. By removing barriers to care, we strengthen prevention, improve outcomes, and build a more responsive and resilient healthcare system. The Department of Health team stands ready to answer any questions. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have testimony from Partners for Kids. It's written testimony, but I want to make sure that we put it on the record. So, Madam Clerk, can you please read the testimony of Dr. Young?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Partners for Kids, March 24, 2026. I am writing this statement in support of Bill number 36-0207, which provides for 2 hours of monthly paid time off for parents of children with disabilities to attend medical appointments with their children. The challenge of caring for a child with a disability is significant. Many studies have shown that parents of children with disability experience physical, emotional, and social challenges related to the care of their children. Entire families experience higher rates of anxiety, depression, physical abuse or self-harm, headaches, insomnia, hypertension, and intestinal stomach ulcers, to name a few of the adverse health manifestations of the stress of caring for a disabled child. Parents often have concern over societal marginalization and isolation, not only for the child, but of themselves. Family-based therapeutic interventions have been shown to be of the most benefit in addressing these issues, and I believe in any measure that may be taken to alleviate this strain on families would be beneficial to these families and therefore our community. There are other measures in place that are supposed to provide help for families with disabled children, and while these are helpful, more still can be done to help these families. The Individuals with Disability Education Act, IDEA, was enacted in 1975 to assure access to free public education for individuals with qualifying conditions, but it does not provide time or resources for medical treatment of these children. The Family and Medical Leave Act of 1993 allows for 12 weeks of unpaid leave per 12 months period for care of family members with qualifying conditions. However, there are limitations of those who qualify for this. The employer must have 50 or more employees, and the individual's employee must have worked for 105 months for at least 12 months. These laws do not address the complexity of certain medical conditions. which may require more time with providers or in treatment. They also do not address the additional financial stress incurred by reduced income during leave or by employees that work at a company of less than 50 employees. Bill number 36-0207 can help to alleviate at least some of the stress families face in the effort to care for disabled children, as it will provide financial coverage for at least some of the regular health maintenance visits required for medical complexity. It also is more comprehensive as it includes full-time employees of companies with at least 10 employees as opposed to 50. The task of taking care of children with disability is already daunting. Caregivers spend more time not only in healthcare settings, but coordinating care, administering treatments, and transporting children to and from appointments. This bill is sure to provide at least some relief for people who are already stretched thin, trying to do the best they can to provide for their children. That concludes the reading of this testimony.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we're going to go directly to a round of questioning. 3 minutes. 3-minute round. Point of information, Senator Avery Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like a point of information just to clarify something to a division of personnel, if I may say. And in the bill, it says that division of personnel shall enforce the provisions of this section and may promulgate regulations as are necessary to implement this section. The DOP shall investigate and resolve complaints, including requiring payment of back pay if applicable. Then the next line, it says, shall impose civil penalties not to exceed 1,000 per violation. That should not have been there. That should have been straight. That's for Department of Labor. So that's the one correction that the amendment will take care of there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized. Point of information, Senator. Okay, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Yeah, I too was wondering about that one too, so that's a good catch. I would like to commend the sponsor of the bill. I think this is great thought, and putting it into reality is what we're gonna make it happen. But I also had a couple issues in regards to the Section 2 Director leave for children with disability is for the private businesses. So in Section 1, what would the leave be constituted as for government employees?
It would be the same for it would just be a leave for the employee for children with a diagnosed disability.
Okay, so
we would actually set up a code with finance to differentiate it. Yes.
Okay, great. Now, also in the case of probationary employees, would it apply to probation, or would you have an issue that maybe you'd have to cover probationary employees in the rules that may be promulgated? Or does it need to be in the law?
I would actually go back to the bill's sponsor and just ask for his input, but I do think that that's something that we could discuss further. Usually, like with our donated leave program, and as they talked about FMLA, you usually would have to be employed for 1 year before you could take advantage of some of these leave provisions. So that's something that we could discuss.
Okay, also in the event, again, the employee doesn't have accumulated sick leave, what could would that be able to, again, be addressed in your rules?
Yes, this would fall under admin.
And also in regards to, it says parents or legal guardians, parents with an S, mother and a father. Can the mother and the father, or does it have to specify the mother and father both get the leave to attend to take care of their child or children?
Alea Felix Blyden, legal counsel. Thank you for these questions. I really do appreciate when we have the discourse, because in drafting these regulations, often I don't know the intent, right? So it's a good starting point. For myself, I
30
would
seconds.
say if I could just make all the decisions, yes, I would definitely not question whether both parents could take advantage of this leave, but I would really appreciate being able to get input from you guys, from the bill sponsor, on what their intention is, and it helps me to then draft the regulation.
Okay, and also is legal guardian defined in the Virgin Islands Code in terms of what would be or who would be?
I can't answer that question, but I know that when drafting regulations myself, oftentimes I create my own definition section. So I'll say, you know, specific to this policy, this word means this word means this. But again, having the conversations, if I get an understanding of the intention, it helps guide me. We often find a lot of the times, because we don't have the intention, we make decisions and then we end up with challenges later on. You guys might get calls from your constituents and then there may be some misunderstandings, right? Because the intention may not be what we interpreted it to be. So like I said, I think the way we resolve that is having the discussions to make sure we're all on the same page. Because I might interpret it one way and write or draft the regulation, but it's not in line with what may have been the intention.
Okay, and I'll close off, Mr. Chair, by saying, you know, as a grandparent, I too, or any grandparent may have to be that person to step up at the time. So I just wanted to make sure they themselves also may be covered, or relative, uncle, brother, something like that. And so I stand in support of this bill at this time, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
If I may just address Senator DeGraff, and perhaps the bill sponsor can clarify. The way it reads now, it's specific to parents or legal guardians. Under the caregiver's leave, however, there's a little bit more flexibility. But again, the conversation could be had to see if maybe that's something you want to have as an amendment. But as it reads right now, I don't see that category of employee qualifying here, unless, of course, they are a legal guardian.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you recognize.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't have a lot of questions here. I just want to say to the bill sponsor, very good intent, and hopefully we could get a lot of it resolved, because it's very simple. But I wanted to ask Department of Labor, you have some time frame here, and trying to figure out why such a long time frame. You propose introducing a grace period of a rollout approach for at least 180 days, just 6 months. Why that long of a period of a time?
Good afternoon again. Nisha Christian Henderson, Assistant Commissioner, Legal Counsel on behalf of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. A lot of times in the private sector, what seems something that we can, flip a switch on the public sector takes them a lot longer. They're juggling a lot of different deadlines, capacity is lower, so we want to make sure that we, one, have the ability to give significant notice that this is going to be a change, because the penalty structure of $1,000 up to that is a significant fine, so we want to make sure we can educate it, one, and two, if there needs to be an adjustment in the schedules of employees to provide that kind of flexibility. So that's why we suggested the 6-month time frame.
And then you had a next one recommending setting timeline of 120 days to put these rules in place so that everyone understands them. Again, that's just about 4 months. Because sometimes this legislation coming through now, I don't think we're going to session until probably May, I think. So we're talking about if we're going to session May and we add 6 months onto that, we're going to the end of the year. Meanwhile, families are really struggling, getting the opportunity to just go to their child doctor care without losing their time.
True. The one thing I would say as a caveat is any employer has the ability to do this tomorrow. I mean, we don't have to have enforcement for them to be able to provide these benefits. This is just in the event that they do not comply, they do not do that we have an enforcement mechanism to require them to do it.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Nobley Francis, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for your testimony. I want to take this opportunity to commend the bill sponsor. I think this is good common sense legislation, and that's quality of life issues. and I appreciate the time that has been put into this piece of legislation. I was trying to encourage him to bring it under Act 1964, which is the Caregivers Act that would have allowed for us to be able to address some of those issues or concerns that was raised by some of my colleagues. Nonetheless, that window has passed, and so we're considering this bill. So again, this is a good piece of legislation. No parent should have to choose between keeping their jobs and caring for their child, grandchild, or whoever that may be. It's very, very painful. It's extremely distracting. And, I believe that it's critical that we're able to do this. I mean, everything for you changed overnight. Appointments, evaluation, therapies, there's a lot of endurance, and you can't focus with that type of distraction in your mind, honestly. So giving them that 4 hours, giving them 6 hours perhaps, I think is critical. I wanted to ask Ms. Deputy Commissioner Renan Steele, because you're my behavioral health guru, right? I wanted to ask you if an individual suffering, a minor, I guess, suffering from a behavioral health, would that be considered a disability?
Deputy Commissioner Renan Steele, absolutely. Individuals who have disabilities, and they would fall under that when there's
under
developmental
ADA as well, correct?
Correct, yes.
Good. Yeah, just ask that for the public's consumption. Director Richardson, in regards to for the ease of documentation, is there an opportunity for the employees database to actually denote this individual as being qualified for this type of leave? Is there any way that that documentation can be made on an employees database?
That's something that I'd have to look into. It depends on what type of information. Of course, I want to be in alignment with HIPAA laws and whatnot, but I would have to actually look to see what that would look like.
Yeah,
and if we can actually do it in the system.
Yeah, I'm just thinking a red flag or some notation that, of course, there'll be a level of expectation, or when do you see these tracking, that automatically you know that this is a situation and there no delay or no additional requirements. In fact, this person have already been certified as such. And then we could move forward. So maybe that's something that what you call that person, the HRIT individual under your shop could take a look at. But I think that'll be critical for us to be able to document and notate that on the database. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, this is great legislation, and I certainly stand in support if I was a member of this committee.
Senator, if I may, similar to the caregivers leave, what we're doing is through the rules and regs or policy is making sure that, for example, if somebody has or qualifies under either of the laws, the submission or the verification of the eligibility happens one time. I think it's a good idea to see if HRIT can come up with some means, so it's electronic notification or coding or something like that. But in developing the rules for that program, I think this is going to align very similarly. And so the intention already is that it's a one-time verification, if you will, maybe up to 12 months or something like that is what we've been thinking about. But we definitely wouldn't want to have people having to certify every single time they need to take leave.
Yeah, thank you. So in promulgating rules and regs, since we already have rules and regs for the Caregiver Act, would it be pretty similar that you're just tweaking the rules and regs and not have to create a whole new set of rules? Would it be just a tweak to what we have to make it applicable?
So, Senator, that's a really good point. We do not have any rules and regs for the Caregiver Leave Act, although it's been on the book since 2016. No rules and regs were created at that time, so the Division of Personnel is currently drafting those as we speak.
And just to clarify, yeah, as you all know, there's a process for promulgation of the rules. So it's drafted. The policy is also under review.
Okay, but
Sorry, yes, to answer your question, yes, it would just be a tweaking of some of the distinctions for this leave. We wouldn't be starting from scratch.
Correct.
But pending the rules and regs for the Caregiver Act, employees are already using the provisions of the Act?
Director Richardson may be able to speak to that. I know that there have been people inquiring about how the leave should be used. And when I say people, I mean on the employer side, so administratively, HR professionals, maybe getting inquiries from staff, wondering how does it work? What do they need to do? How, and so we give guidance in that way. But Director may be able to give more information.
Yeah, so we pretty much have just finalized, not finalized, but we just received the policy that we're going to be pushing out to the employees and their HR staff. We're also working with finance so that they could have a separate code in the system for the Caregivers Leave Act. So right now, I think with this coming on board, we could then start to make the adjustments and add this on and do a separate policy for this and roll it out and advise not only the GVI population, but the HRs as well on how to proceed with handling and administering these leaves programs.
Senator,
Yes.
if I may, some government agencies, Florina Dane Hassel, Assistant Director, Division of Personnel, some agencies have begun to use it and have been calling us for guidance on it.
And what has been the response in terms of guidance? You just following the law as written, or what has been the response?
I could give you like one example of a call I got just yesterday for the Caregiver Act, where an employee came into work late, didn't inform the employer that they were going to be using the act, and came in late and then say, hey, I had something to do with X, Y, and Z. So the employer was like, how does that work? Even in the law, it says one must call in to say if they're going to be late and to give to give whatever the reason is. But in most cases, the employers have been lenient with the employees to work with them if they know they do have and they bring in the proof.
Okay, because I'm just thinking about the implementation phase, because we pass a lot of laws, the laws are on the books, and then the implementation phase is a bit slow. The Caregiver Act was passed, about 4 or 5 years, and then amended by the finance chair recently. But the Caregiver Act was a while back, because I was the sponsor of that particular legislation. So I know it kind of took us so long to roll out. I'm trying to figure out how we can speed the process up, because now we're talking to a large degree, or we're speaking, not even to a large degree, we're speaking about children with disability. And they get older very quickly. So we don't want for the process to be 3-4 years. We want to give access to those parents now, within a short period of time. So how can we accelerate that, Director Richardson, in terms of if this bill passed, and I don't think there's going to be any senator that vote against it, so we know it's going to come, that we can start the process of promulgating the rules and regs from now because it's going to pass?
So to your point again, the Caregivers Act was passed in 2016 and nothing was done. So what we've done is that we've drafted a policy to put in place and to share with not only the employees, but the agency HRs as well, so they can know how to move forward with administering the leave. And then we will go ahead and put through the rules and regs for promulgation. That does take some time, but at least they'll have the guidance necessary in order to move forward with administering the leave and handling those situations as Ms. Hassel identified.
Okay. Point of matter of fact, you were supposed to be next. So go ahead, point of information. Yeah.
Thank you for the point of information, because when I just heard that response, 10 years since that act has been passed, 10 years later, nothing implemented. So I sit here and I'm also thinking on Act 8506, which speaks to the EMS training within education, and Act 8801, which speaks to addressing the school nurse situation, still not implemented. All these acts have been put in place, and we can't get the executive branch to move on these things. That's not a good look. So I'm asking that we definitely work together so that once these laws are passed, that we can actually implement them. Thank you. Now,
go right into your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm definitely in support of this measure. And while I appreciate the government's input and participation here today, I truly wish that we had some input and participation from the private sector and some of the affected families. But I can tell you that off on the side, just a few minutes ago, a couple of my colleagues and I had a conversation with an employee who this even seemed to would directly affect her life situation. And to listen to her comments, I mean, if we had all the time in the world, I would have really loved to hear her put her sentiments on the record. But this really, truly touches everyone to the core. Now, the bill, as I look at it, definitely strengthens families and improve child care outcomes, because I'm seeing when parents can consistently attend their medical needs of these special needs children, they receive better continuity of care, and they'll have a better outcome, and we'll see much more earlier interventions. And it also promotes workforce stability and productivity, where employees won't be forced to choose between their jobs and having to deal with their children's health care and well-being. And therefore, they're more likely to stay employed. All this I thought about as we interacted with the employee just a few minutes ago. And, you know, they could say what they want about home. But this young lady actually said, you know, this is the reason why I moved back home. And I was happy to hear success stories like that, because people act at times like we're so far behind. But this young lady relocated back from the U.S. mainland where she couldn't get certain services. And guess what? She could get those services right here on St. Croix. The primary sponsor of the bill also testified to us or stated to us that they even have the same similar concept in the St. Thomas St. John district. So I'm happy to hear this, and that's why I'm saying too that, you know, we should have been able to hear from some of them. So it also, lastly, aligns with policy with equity and inclusion that I'm seeing, because families of children with disabilities face at times this disproportionate burdens, and the measure itself ensures that they're not penalized at work for meeting essential caregiving needs for their children. So I really wholeheartedly applaud the primary sponsor on the bill, and I am pleased to have signed on as a sponsor myself. So at the appropriate time, I'm looking forward to definitely supporting this measure. Thank you all for all that you do as well.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Find the information, Senator Lewis.
Thank you. Director Richardson, if I may ask, I think one of your suggestions was defining what's a full-time employee?
No, that was labor.
No,
or labor?
that was labor.
We don't have a definition already what's a full-time employee?
Nisha Christian Hendrickson for the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. No, we don't. We have parts that talk about if you are an unemployed person, how many hours. We have different parts to talk about in the government sector, 35 and 40, but there's not a clear definition of what is the number of hours that constitutes a full-time employee in the code.
So what would be a definition that would be suitable for labor?
So we were suggesting 35 hours would be the definition of a full-time employee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. 35 hours per week. Right. 35 hours per week, which should be 70 hours for a 2-week period.
Correct. For government sector.
For private sector.
No,
Yes,
we're hearing a lot of chatter. The definition that the council is given is for full-time employees for the private sector and EDC beneficiaries.
Right, but for government sector it's 35, 40 would be, but of course each entity can define what they consider full-time work. It's not clear in the code right now. We can of course make the
But
suggestion.
your recommendation is 35 for private and EDC?
Correct.
And government is a given. That's 80 hours every 2 weeks.
Correct.
Which is 40 hours per week. Now, you also made a comment in reference to emergencies. I think that was your third item that you discussed. So you're believing that an allowance should be given for medical emergencies?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and then substantiated by some type of written documentation within a short window?
Correct.
Okay. And I do agree with that because you have a child with disability, anything could happen. You know, you could get a phone call, the child had a seizure, the child had some type of issue that you have to leave immediately. So if we just make sure that there's some type of written documentation to verify that something actually did happen, then I think that allowance should be included, and that could be included under Section 1C, and a new section could be added there under number 2. But Senator Francis, can we brainstorming? I think all of us are in agreement with the bill, but we just having some brainstorming to determine what direction we need to go. Senator Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think also under A1, where we talk about the under the age of 18, I think I'm a ex-legal counsel, Felix Blyden, whether or not developmental disability, which goes up until the age of 22, whether or not that individuals, and that persists throughout the life, right? So whether or not we need to either add that as a language there, or it's understood under the ADA that in fact those individuals will also fall under this purview.
Nisha Christian Henderson, Virgin Islands Department of Labor, we would recommend that it be clarified to 22. Right now it's 18 in the bill. We would agree with that clarification.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's important. That's a good catch, because this should definitely correlate with IDA, all the contents of that. So So in that particular document, Senator, that you're looking at, was a definition included there? And can you put that definition on the record, if you have it? I will give you a minute. So I'll go to Senator Clifford Joseph, and then I'll come back to you if you can find a definition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all the testifiers here this afternoon. I don't have nothing to say on the bill, but I'm in support. I'm not in this committee, but I'm in support. And I will tell my colleagues I want at this time to commend the bill sponsor for sure for a meaningful piece of legislation. I know you were getting some beat about and some others, but this one you're getting a lot of love, my brother. So when it's good, it's like catching fly with sugar. You know, everybody coming to stick on you, so you're good. This one is really good. I too have an employee that has a child with a disability, and it's tough. So parenting, and you imagine even being a single parent with having a child with disability, and it's you alone, so you gotta stop to do it. I was just saying, don't tell my other colleague here, you don't even have to be a child, because sometimes you have a spouse and they have a disability, and the challenge is yours. You know, so we feel you on this one, brother. So again, thank you guys for the testimonies, and this bill is just getting fixed up real quick. So by the time we get in the next committee, everybody's mom, and keep moving. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We'll definitely make sure that that happens. But sometimes you get blows for good bills, too. No? So, and especially really good bills. Sometimes the blows are massive, because sometimes change is something that people don't want. You found it, Senator? Senator Noel Francis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Developmental disabilities are a group of chronic, often lifelong conditions that appear before the age of 22, causing significant limitations in physical, learning, language, or behavioral areas. Common types include autism, spectrum disorder, ADHD, cerebral palsy, intellectual disabilities, and so forth.
Okay, so we need to take a look at the definition and see whether or not we just include it in what we presently have here. I'm going to go on to the next senator, but I really got to put on the record one of the most troubling area that I have been thinking about for this entire term is our caregivers, because the toll that it takes on families. And a lot of time it's just one or two person, sometimes one, and you consume all day. And I know that every time we craft these bills, we craft it in reference to medical leave, emergency, or something you just need time for yourself. You know, just 2 to 3 to 4 hours to just not have anything to do, nothing to be concerned about, and you're not being docked. You just want to sit in your car for the remainder of the workday and just catch yourself. And we have just seen an amazing explosion in the number of children with disabilities, especially autism. It's just like rampant. I'm just been asking everybody, you know, what do you think is the cause? Is it, what's really going on? Because I've been in education a long time, and I've had 1,200 students, and the population is maybe one autistic student. This is back in the 90s. And now we go into elementary school, and we see a whole kinder to first or second, and that's 8 students. And then we walk right across, and that's up to 4th grade, and there's the next 10 students, and then we walk to our next classroom, and there's 2, and the challenges are so much. Students, nonverbal students, blind students. We have a blind student that has to travel from St. John. About, how old is that child? Oh, every day, have to travel from St. John to go to school and St. Thomas, and then go back to St. John. So even, sometimes we don't even look at the complexity as to what education must deal with on a regular basis. A parent got to travel with a child from the school to Red Hook on the boat. Somebody else get a child, and then the process repeats. And we saw that on a Friday, and that was a teacher and the para. And I won't fool you, as that was over, the para said, the weekend, I have the weekend, because what went through all week, and Senator Lewis was there, what these teachers are going through in the classroom with this 8 to 10 students, you know, with various levels of disability, is just amazing. We have some of the most caring individuals, and it's just a lot. Yeah. So whatever we could do, and when this bill passed, we really need to get it done. And we need to finish this caregiver, because a lot of us in here are caregivers, to include myself. And I think some of the testifiers, I know that you have situations in which if you don't assist, you will know exactly what it is to have a caregiver in the family and the stress that they go through on a regular basis. So Senator Maurice James, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers, colleagues, everyone in and outside the room. I heard my colleagues, the sponsor of the bill, Senator Avery Lewis, eloquently speak, and I felt the emotion that is underlying this bill and how you feel about it. I even got a little jealous, you know, because I need to pass a bill where I could feel love from the rest of my colleagues. I need to do that for sure. Find one of those bills where I could get some love. Like that's overflowing in this room right now. But I do want to say that I will sign on it so I could get some of that. I do want to say though, I think it was attorney Nisha Christian Hendrickson that said, you know, you don't have to force some people, they will do it. And then I heard my colleague here talk about the fact that he has an employee who has a child with a developmental disability. And no one is going to be like you, Clifford. I have to call your name. An employer like you. So sometimes we do have to pass legislation to make people do the right thing, right? To act right, to treat one another with compassion. And I know that because I remember being, with an employer who was not compassionate at all. And as an attorney, my having to help service members, especially who were dealing with these types of issues, and the employer was not compassionate, And so we need to pass laws like this sometimes because not everybody have the heart, right? And so that's very important. And so, of course, you have my full support. And this is a wonderful, wonderful bill. And I listened to all the amendments, especially when I walked in and how do I refer to you now? Senator Francis. I can't get used to these roundabout way of referring to colleagues. But I'm glad you pointed out some of the changes. I don't know if anyone talked to you about the 180 days. I think most people felt like that was a little long. And I do think so too. But overall, thank you for your testimonies. And again, Senator Lewis, great work. And I am in full support. And as the majority leader said, sign me up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And a next big factor, and maybe we run through this one really quickly, but the next big factor is that we need the more awareness from the community in reference to children with disability, because sometimes your own could be your worst enemy by the type of questions that they ask. A child has a disability and somebody asks you some foolishness, what's wrong with him, what's this, just total foolishness, instead of realizing that we have so many children with disability, and instead of shunning or scorning those individuals, you really need to show a lot more love. So, sometimes that Caribbean culture is not one of that warmth. And I saw recently a child that was autistic, a young girl, and the mom, rightfully so, just wanted to include the child in an activity. And that was the Three Kings Day gift given. And the child came to get the gift with the mom. And when she saw the Three Kings, she went into a panic. She started to, just trash her a little bit and was scared and trying to get away. And some people not realizing are saying, well, some of the child must have a disability. You heard murmurs in the back. Oh, she don't know how to behave. She don't this, she don't that. And the child was just having an episode. And I was just like, when are we going to get it? So just be a more compassionate people. Why I always got to be something wrong, something this. We can't just be compassionate and just try to help. All I did was rub the girl, it's going to be okay, block the vision for the girl for the Three Kings, and she began to relax. But so much time, we are just so, it's like we just want to say something negative. And I'm hoping that these type of forums would help us to be just a better people overall when it comes to individuals with disability and individuals who are under the care of a caregiver. You see somebody wheeling a person in a wheelchair, open the door for them. It's simple. Don't ask, what's wrong with he? Why he had this or that? And then some foolish statement, people come up, oh, he had a stroke, but I know 2 people that died last week and 1 the week before. And you'll be like, really? That's what I really need to hear now? Yeah. Instead of you giving me some positive reinforcement, you're just telling me, you listing everybody. And like, you want to know anybody else? I know 4 more. No, I don't. So it's a good bill, Senator. Yeah. And we need to tweak it. But guess what? If we pass this bill and it's not implemented, It's just one of the many measures that the legislature have passed and hasn't been implemented. And go to the wayside, and then somebody asks a question, well, why you guys don't do this? And we say, well, we did it 10 years ago. But we know we're going to get done now because the director is on it. We know we're going to get it. That's right. Department of Labor is on it. And we are all impacted. So we need to make it work as quick as possible. Any senator have a burning question before we? And what we're going to do, we looked at all the, or we have heard the amendments, or the suggestion for amendments. So we're going to compile them. We just worked on some, gave the sponsor of the bill some of the amendments in reference. Let me see the one. We're going to tweak the time from 2 to 4. We're going to take out the part that Director Richardson spoke about to the government employees and the civil penalty. We're going to define full-time employees in section 2. And we're going to add, we put in the 35 hours, and then we're going to put in, add a new number, under section 1C, we're going to add a new number 3, which will say there will be an allowance for medical emergencies that must be substantiated by written documentation within 3 days of the emergency. And then pass it so that you can have some flexibility. And colleagues, we're going to have to follow up on this one to make sure that it is all of them, but this, you're right. Let me don't say that again. You're so right. Senator Francis, you point of, oh, you just, go ahead. You wanted to put something on the record.
I just want to say that this whole conversation reminded me when we were at the Ag Fair, that I saw some individuals under the Lutheran Social Services, adults with disability, and the level of care, the dignity and respect that those caregivers were providing to those individuals was just so heartwarming, you know, and it just gave me some reflection as we discussed this whole issue here today. But, you know, how do we recognize, how do we reward those individuals that day in, day out, you know, have to deal with this type of situation, and really just be able to, you know, recognize their contribution to this community? Because I tell you that I sat under that tent for a period of time and just observed them, you know, again, the dignity and respect that they had for those individuals that they had brought out to the Ag Fair, you know, adults with disability. You know, it was just, you know, heartwarming to see that type of reaction. And individuals in this community with such compassion was remarkable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. Any other point? If not, thank you for your testimony. I'm going to allow you to put a final statement on the record, starting with Department of Labor. And then, okay, the sponsor of the bill has a flight, so we thank you guys for your testimony. We know that you're supportive of it. We thank you for your recommendations for amendments, and we're going to have those amendments completed, and then we'll circulate it to you guys before you go to the Rules Committee. So thank you. You're dismissed.
Thank you.
Do I hear a motion? This committee stands in recess for 1 minute. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. I heard a motion. Motion, Senator Avery Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 6, by adding Section 590D, and Title 24 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, by adding Section 24, requiring employers to grant parents or legal guardians of a child with a diagnosed disability 2 hours per month of paid leave to attend the child's medical appointments. I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Senator Avery Lewis, seconded by Senator Frankie Johnson, Kenneth Gittins, and Maurice James. Roll call.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Excused. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes.
Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 excuse.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36, 0207, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 6, by adding Section 590D, and Title 24 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, by adding Section 24, requiring employers to grant parents or legal guardian of a child with a diagnosed disability 2 hours per month of paid leave to attend a child medical appointment, has received a favorable vote in the Committee of Education and Workforce Development and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Point of President Privilege, Senator Lewis.
Colleagues, I thank you for this today. I have some amendments to do, some homework to do, but I really thank you. This is really more personal and fitting for the people of the Virgin Islands. It's a critical need, and again, like I always say, as leaders we must lead and lead from the front. And today we did that with fairness, compassion, and love for these individuals. Today we're the voice of the voiceless, and again, I thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Lewis. I want to thank you, colleagues, for a very good hearing today. We got a lot of good information and ended with a very good bill. Thank my staff and thank the entire central staff for the work that they have done. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is hereby adjourned.